Well, considering the day just started, I don't know how I would know. Morning. Once again, I literally just woke up. How am I supposed to know? I think that's fresh. We are putting on quite a bit of swim. I was gonna go swimming this morning before my live, and guess what happened? It got really cloudy, and apparently we are expecting a thunderstorm in July. This has not happened this much in quite a few years. We're very storm issue having area, but Jesus, it's July. Come on. It was literally just over. Does it matter so much? Why the fuck? Okay, y'all do realize just constantly asking how old I am makes you look so bad. It makes every single person asking look so incredibly bad. Like, it's literally screaming, I want to know because I want to jerk off to you. That's what you're screaming, essentially. It makes you look fucking awful. Like, Jesus. Also, just fucking assume. Assume. Guess what? I know what you're going to assume, and I've given up. I'm 30 and have a dick, according to half of you. I gave up. I gave up on living. I gave up on correcting. You want to think I'm a 30-year-old asshole with a dick? Go ahead. You're wrong. According to the government, me, my parents, everybody else, but... When I'm out of this, I'm gonna look into like dupes, and then I'm gonna buy them, and then we're gonna like not out, but like when I'm running low, I'm gonna look into dupes like from Elf and Wet n Wild, and we're gonna test it. Oh, and if LA Colors has it, if LA Colors, which is a brand I use, that is honestly really cheap, and I love them. Like, I buy my foundation from them. Guys, it might be a little drying, but it is pigmented. Like, I love her. Anyway, honestly, if I can find one in LA Colors, I would be so happy. Like a thick, putty concealer, because my newest thing has been going under, because I used to go under my stuff and then I'd put foundation on it, but now I'm going under and putting some on my redder spots and I'm letting it sit, and then I put my stuff on here as like a palette, and I tap it out, and it worked yesterday, and I looked good, and then I fell asleep. I don't know how heavy we're gonna do today's makeup, but we're gonna probably use there's black pigment everywhere. We're probably gonna use this fun color, which if you don't have this palette, because I think it's discontinued, it's Black Widow. I got secondhand. I think there's basically an identical color in another palette I have. It might be a little more blue in comparison, but honestly, I could so make whole ass YouTube videos. Cheap virgin words. Oh my god, what am I trying to say? Like, let's say for example, you don't like a company because like the way the people act, like, I don't know, fucking Painted by James Charles. I could still go through photos of the palette and like match it to other things. Brian, would this probably make a lot of brands kind of really mad at me? Yeah, but if you're a pedo, I don't want to work with you. And if you think I do, you need to to take a look. You fucking moron. But yeah, that's kind of the same color. It's a little more green on Black Widow. Let me swatch it on my hand. I think they appear kind of the same on black, though, is what I'm thinking.
This is our first episode on the list that features Patrick the Pirate, and I particularly love how they integrate him into the plot.
Wait, that might be a better match, actually. This might be easier.
You can't read it because the ink is smeared from being in the water.
And that's kind of a, if you stack two of those, you might be able to get an accurate one of Okay. In theory, it was a lot closer than that. Also, you have to remember, these are glitters. You're supposed to apply them, like, gradually, like, stack it. I did not do that just now. So if you're like, it's patchy. I know. I didn't really apply that very often.
Basically, anytime anyone in my family mentions a salad, me and my sister would quote that. This is our second episode from the first season to make the cut. First of all, there are plenty of good jokes in this one. I particularly love when Incidental 6 asks Spongebob for some ice, and he only puts a single ice cube in his drink. Honestly, that scene had no business being as funny as it was when I was 5.
Oh, my ear.
But the real reason
I'm always scratching at my ears, and they're always really, really red.
rare emotions of guilt
I think it's like a tick.
The second half of the episode is just him trying to discreetly apologize because he's embarrassed, which I think is really sweet. There's a lot that can be said about season 4, and I'll probably do a whole video dedicated to that at some point in the future. But you can't deny that there are some bangers in it, including this episode. I love the recurring gag of the
I've been trying to keep all my makeup very, like,
sequence at the end of the episode.
in my nose, eye, mid forehead area, and then, like, patched down.
I love the message behind this episode, but at the end of the day, it just isn't really that entertaining to me. It feels like just a bunch of sketches put together with a very thin story to tie them together. That's certainly fine for a kids show, but to me, it just isn't as memorable as some of the other episodes, which is why I have it ranked. While I don't think too many people will be mad at me for having the paper at 91, Wormy at 90 might get a riot started in the comment section. After all, this is a pretty iconic episode, and it's one of my favorite Sandy episodes, even though she isn't really in it. I frequently quote Patrick telling Spongebob he's Italian. I also like to say, sorry, I don't speak Italian, when someone speaks to me in another language, regardless of what language it really is.
What is this? We're watching something educational now because I'm
Year is
interested.
1987. An elderly man sits inside of a cell in a prison in West Berlin. He's the only prisoner there.
Huh.
He had been for over 20 years.
What did he do?
Totally isolated and confined
That's a castle.
from the outside world and left to rot.
That prison's a castle.
He had no idea who he was.
It's so little.
But everyone
little.
was
Straps. Who is he? Can you hurry up and tell me?
To see it through. But he died there. He'd been handed his
Yeah,
sentence
he died. Everyone died.
decades prior, a lifetime ago by many counts, in a German city you might have known.
Yeah.
This was no
Yeah.
prisoner. This was Hitler's third in command.
Annoying
By
ass man.
1987, he was considered to be the last ever Nazi official to still be incarcerated. And his story is almost as insane as he was.
Side note, who else in America just wasn't taught about
Rudolf
Nazi
Hess was
Germany?
born the son of a merchant in 1894.
Is that just a me
Young man
thing?
by the time World War I broke out,
My education system was shit, but by high school I kind of kicked the normal, like, education.
He studied at
So is it just
university
amazing? I don't
where
know.
he engaged in nationalistic
I should make a short about that. Like, how many Americans
Germany
weren't
of
taught
years.
about
In around 1920,
the
he
Holocaust on
associated
purpose?
himself with a fledgling political party known as the National Socialist
I
Party.
try really hard to know
Eventually led
what I
by
can.
its
And it's weird because my parents were taught about it. I was not.
Hess took to Hitler's teachings and charisma, and before long, he would become his
He's
friend
a
and
racist,
close
isn't he?
confidant. After the Beer Hall Putsch of 1923, Hess even wrote down and edited much of Hitler's dictation.
Of course he did.
This was an unabashed
I
Nazi,
know.
a radical extremist, show absolute loyalty to Hitler. He was also seriously mentally unstable.
Yeah, no shit,
Ernst
he's fucking nuts.
Spongebob, a German-American businessman close to Hitler, recalled that Hess would, quote, not go to bed without testing with a divining rod whether there were any subterranean watercourses which conflicted with the direction of his couch. Others remember...
Is that an OCD thing? That seems like an OCD thing, not a crazy
Fuhrer
people
himself,
thing.
even for his own inner entourage of colourful characters, often mocked his components, astrology, ghosts, telepathy, and mesmerism. A US government
They're all
psychiatrist who
balding.
examined Hess during the war crimes trials was quoted as saying, if one
Bald
considers
people
the
are mad
street
at the
as
world because
sanity
they don't
and
have
the
hair and then they do
as
shit like the
insanity,
Holocaust.
then Hess spent the greater part of his time at the curb. Even Hermann Göring, Hitler's second in command, knew something was a bit off about Hess, saying of him, quote, Hess was slightly off balance for as long as I can recall. Why the Fuhrer kept him on as head of the party was a mystery to most people. But to me, I always felt it was Hitler's loyalty to his old friends.
They were
And this was
friends?
likely true. Hitler was extremely paranoid and valued loyalty over nearly anything else.
Well, yeah, he's paranoid. He's starting a
If
whole
he was
fucking
anything,
genocide. And he's like, everyone's trying to kill me.
When talking about Hitler, he
Okay,
would state
acting
the
like he's
following,
going like, no,
normally the
he's
great
paranoid.
men
He's a bad
who admire
person.
from a distance lose their magic when one knows them well. With Hitler,
Magic?
the opposite is true. Now that's true fanaticism, dogma, which had wormed his way into his head.
You have a very
Taking
thick
his
intro.
facet of his mind. It's how you get loyalty at all costs. By 1939, and owing to that loyalty, he was deemed third in line behind Hitler himself and Göring. He was an important part of the Nazi state infrastructure at the time. Hitler trusted him
throat
to
shot.
much of the laws of the regime into official legislation, including the laws that would strip German Jews of their rights as the Holocaust began. It's important to make the distinction here between Rudolf Hess, Hitler's inner circle confidant, and Rudolf Hess, commandant of Auschwitz, when engineering the final solution. The two, owing to their names being so similar, are frequently confused, but their stories are very different. When war broke out, despite having the ear of Hitler, Hess would find himself slowly pushed out, sidelined by other top Nazi officials who deemed him as a bit mad or simply more focused on the war effort than domestic German affairs. This was supposed to be the so-called master race, after all, and ballistic nonsense had in place in the thousand-year reich. So, by 1941,
Hi,
Hess
everyone.
had had enough. He wasn't being listened to, and he could see that Germany would struggle to fight a war on multiple fronts. The United Kingdom had survived the Battle of Britain in 1940, and soon Germany would launch Operation Barbarossa. It's unknown if Hess knew the details of the operation, but he most likely had an idea. However, with his influence fading by mid-1941, Hess figured he needed to do something drastic, something fast. And so on the 10th of May 1941, in the middle of the Second World War, Rudolf Hess ordered a plane specially prepared at the Augsburg-Hammerstetten airfield and took off. Now, you might be questioning this idea. Hess was flying right into the eye of the storm, into British airspace, where if he was discovered, he would almost certainly be shot down and killed.
Hi,
This time,
everyone.
Britain was the only global power
We're doing what we do often,
still
which
the
is
Nazis
me yelling at the
wasn't
TV about
occupied
Nazis.
by the Wehrmacht. Any German plane flying overhead would be seen as an enemy.
Yeah, no
Hess
shit.
had some correspondence with others to indicate that perhaps King George V would
Hi,
listen
King
to him
George.
if he vied for peace via the Duke of Hamilton, who lived in Scotland. He managed to fly low under British radar in his small, unarmed plane. The RAF did eventually spot him and sent planes up to intercept,
Look at
but
ugly
Hess
ass
jumped and parachuted down, landing on a farm. The plane
Where's a
would eventually
farm?
crash about 12 miles away from the Duke's residence. Upon being discovered, Hess was immediately arrested, as would be customary for any major official during
You
wartime.
did this.
He stated repeatedly to anyone who would listen that his goal was to make peace between Germany and Britain. Interrogated, and upon arriving in Scotland, he said that, quote, "My coming to England in this way is,
Hi.
as I realise, so unusual that
It
nobody
was.
will easily understand it. I was confronted by a very hard decision. I do not think I could have arrived at my final choice unless I had continually kept before my eyes the vision of an endless line of children's coffins with weeping mothers behind them, both English and German, and another line of coffins of mothers with mourning children." It appears that even despite being an ardent Nazi, Hess felt like what he was doing was the right thing for peace in Europe. At least, if his comments are to be taken as fact. Hitler, for his part, had no clue that Hess was planning to do this, and soon distanced himself when learning about what had transpired.
I was doing my makeup and then I saw some video about some Nazi dude I've never heard of, and now I'm watching that.
So his Führer had truly. Hess appeared to be deluded to the extent that he believed Hitler wanted peace with Britain.
Apparently some dude that was like one of Hitler's right-hand man went off the fucking rocker during the, and like flew from Germany to England on his own?
Consider the strategic outlook.
I
don't
don't know.
The war's going pretty well by mid-1941. You're about to launch your surprise offensive into Russia. The USA are all the way across the Atlantic and not involved, at least not officially, and even though the Battle of Britain was a
We should
failure,
not have him.
there wasn't much the
Because
UK
we were across the world. What could we do?
fascist Germany, Italy, and Spain, with most of Europe already under occupation. In short, why would peace even be an option for Hitler at this point? Everything was just going so
He did not
well.
want peace. He was pissed because his heart and he was bald.
Was furious to be kept as a prisoner instead of being treated as a peace envoy. He had demanded to meet a senior British official, and eventually Westminster decided to play along, sending the Lord Chancellor John Simon on the 10th of June 1941. But Simon denied Hess any and all audiences with the king, as well as any prospect of peace between the nations. Hess was also starting to be psychologically assessed at this time, as doctors peered inside his mind to try and understand it from under the surface. Dr. Henry Dix, who was one such psychologist, said of Hess, quote, "The first impression is undoubtedly of a schizoid psychopath." Dix recognized that Hess was severely mentally unstable, being concerned that after his failed attempt at peace, that he might do something drastic, perhaps realizing that everything he had tried to accomplish was nothing, abandoned and rejected by his dear Führer and...
Hello, I don't know what you're saying.
Dix turned out
Oh, what did you say?
days after being rebuffed by
I am. I'm just trying to figure out separately how I'm gonna upload the newest episode of Forge Lands. If anyone of y'all want to go watch that all the way through, I know it's not the best content, especially in the beginning, but if anyone wants to go watch that all the way through on my playlist of Forge Lands, that would be awesome and like really helpful to my motivation of making the next episode.
Always felt that this was a very insecure man who had been greatly damaged somehow in his early life, and if only better means had existed, if only he hadn't been such an important prisoner of state, we might have done more for him. He would be given medical care, but remain imprisoned as the war in Europe raged on without him. Operation Barbarossa would come and go, failing just like some of the suburbs of Moscow as the bitter winter set in. The United States would also pledge their support, turning the war on its head and giving the initiative back to the Allies in both Europe and the Pacific. As the Red Army marched closer and closer to Berlin, one can't help but wonder if Hitler considered Hess's flight and peace initiative as something of a missed opportunity. But Hess, of course, would miss all of this. In 1942, and still a British prisoner, he was moved to Maindif Court Military Hospital in Alabama. he stayed until the end of the war. However, he would soon be repatriated and reunited with all of his closest pals and Nazi buddies back in Nuremberg, where he and all the other National Socialist officials would be tried for their crimes in the first trial of its kind. So in 1946, Rudolf Hess, amongst many others, were put on trial for crimes against peace, crimes against humanity, war crimes, genocide, and many other such atrocities. The emotion in the room was palpable and tense, as each senior official who was still alive was forced to reveal the depths of their depravity in chilling detail. But Hess showed all the remorse of a psychopathic serial killer. He wasn't just uncaring about the regime he helped to prop up that led to the suffering of untold millions. Quite the opposite. Even on trial, he was proud of it. He stated, quote, "I am happy
I get
to know that I have
distracted.
done my duty to my people. My
You
duty as a
didn't what?
German,
Being mad
as a
at people
National
who's
Socialist, as a
like a
loyal follower
minority?
of my Führer. I do not regret anything. If I were to begin all over again, I would act just as I have acted, even if I knew that in the end I should meet a fiery death at the stake." He would be sentenced to life in prison for crimes against peace and conspiracy. And so began the second portion of Hess's life. Not one where he would be revered inside a conflict Europe as an Aryan hero, but as a prisoner in chains, as he and his co-conspirator ideology was systematically dismantled piece by piece. He and 6 other Nazi officials would spend the rest of their sentences in Spandau prison in western Berlin. Constructed in 1876, this castle-like structure was near impenetrable. Interestingly, it had previously been used by the Gestapo during Nazi rule, so how very ironic it was that it would soon house those who were once corrupt. It would be jointly controlled by different warden from each of Berlin's occupying forces, France, the US, Soviet Union, and Britain, who would rotate between one another. By 1966, 2 decades into his life sentence, Hess was the only remaining prisoner at Spandau prison. Everyone else had either been released, died, or been absorbed into the Soviet and US programs as the Cold War silently raged in the background. He was all alone. The last Nazi. Spandau prison was a hard place to be confined. Prisoners were only to be addressed by their numbers, never their name. Hess's was not the same. This is particularly ironic given that those in the concentration camps were also dehumanized using this method. Punishments were strict. When in 1955 Hess failed to greet a Soviet order, he lost all his reading materials for 10 days. Prisoners could be put on just bread and water or placed in punishment cells. The decades rolled on, with Hess as the sole prisoner in this huge complex. Some would eventually even feel sorry for him and call for his release by the late 1970s, when he was old and frail. Just after becoming Foreign Secretary, Lord Carrington wrote a particularly strong note to his Soviet counterpart, Andrei Gromyko, in which he said, quote, "It would be both inhumane and pointless to insist that this old man should die in prison." In all, the Allies made a number of appeals for Hess to be freed. The Brits made 11, the Americans and French supported them in a further 9, but the Soviets always refused to consider the case, even long after the war, arguing that the release of such a leading figure in the Nazi regime would never be understood by the Soviet people or by any others who had suffered at their hands. One diplomat said he was not convinced by the so-called humanitarian argument, quoting again here that the suffering which he and other Nazis had inflicted was not human. How could you make a humanitarian appeal? The Nazis had done was so brutal. But by the 80s, the regime at Spandau was being replaced. The war had been over for decades, and the chances of any Nazis trying to break Hess out of prison was getting pretty low. The whole thing was basically designed at this point to house one elderly man. So over time, it became less and less harsh. Many had stopped referring to Hess by a number and instead started using his name. He was able to walk in the gardens of the prison when he chose, and although there was a rule about him not being able to watch television, it wasn't rigidly enforced by this time. He also had 2 cooks to prepare any meal he wanted. In many ways, outside of the decades of confinement, it was a better deal than he deserved, considering what victims of the Holocaust and other Nazi atrocities had gone through. And so we return to where the video began, 1987. Rudolf Hess, loneliest man in the world, last Nazi, abandoned by his comrades who were freed or dead, a tiny ideological stain on a world that had forgotten all about him, defeated his masters. He was a relic of an era that everyone wanted to forget, but that nobody could. Eventually, in 1987, Rudolf Hess was found to have hanged himself in Spongebob prison, leaving a final note at the old age of 93. He was found with a lamp cord wrapped around his neck. There was quite a bit of speculation after his death, and many believed that Hess, the frail man, would not have the strength to strangle himself, especially as the cord wasn't actually attached to anything. Conspiracies abounded, such as an idea that Israel, known for hunting down Nazis in the past, had somehow gotten to Hess and delivered him some karmic justice almost half a century on the end of the war. But nobody else had access to Hess other than the borders and their movements were accounted for. It's very likely after over 45 years of confinement and isolation, and of course mental instability, he decided to check himself out, unable to handle a changing world that had outgrown his toxic ideology decades ago. His legacy would be erased in all but written word. After Hess's death, the building was immediately demolished to prevent it becoming a place for neo-Nazis to pilgrimage to. The shopping centre was later built on the site, and his grave in the Bavarian village of Windsor was eventually exhumed. He was cremated, and his ashes were scattered at sea, despite his gravesite acting as a kind of shrine for blackness, which was an issue for decades. Neo-Nazis had been terrorising the small town and its inhabitants for years, coming from all over the world to pay their respects towards the Hess's grave. Cemetery administrator Andreas Fable told AP News in 2011 that, quote, "The grave is now empty. The bones are gone." And so ended the sad story of Rudolf Hess, mentally unstable ideologue and proud Nazi who was deluded into thinking that he could save his Führer with a sick Hail Mary bid for peace. The last Nazi was no more.
Ago, the continent of Africa was a much different place. Seemingly familiar animals such as baboons or big cats were anything but familiar. Several upright walking hominids, some ancestral to us, scraped by with these terrifying animals. But by far the strangest was Spongebob. With its powerful jaws,
Goodbye.
teeth, and unsettling human-like face, Africa occupies a space that plunges us deep into the uncanny valley, where the line between
How are we?
These strange hominids survived the torments of the Pleistocene by eating plants and possibly making tools. They thrived for over 1 million years alongside our ancestors before ultimately vanishing. But their story doesn't end with extinction. Why did they disappear? Or does their feel about us? And did they give us herpes? Your story is a fascinating example of how strange evolution can be, and a reminder of the unexpected legacy of prehistory that has shaped our world. So without further ado, let's learn about these fascinating hominids. The first Paranthropus fossils were discovered by a South African schoolboy in 1938.
Huh.
The fossils were brought to paleontologist Robert Broom, who found more fossils at the site. He found teeth, a lower jaw, a partial skull, and postcranial elements. The fossils looked like that of Australopithecines, but were much more robust. Broom decided to classify these remains as Paranthropus robustus. Paranthropus means beside or alongside man, highlighting that these fossils seem to represent an evolutionary offshoot, not ancestral to modern humans. This understanding was quite ahead of its time. This classification of the new genus was controversial, and some argued it should be classified as Australopithecus robustus. In the modern day, Paranthropus as a genus is still contested, but they clearly represent a distinct branch we call the robust Australopithecines. Since 1938, more than 300 Paranthropus fossils have been found which consist of at least 3 species.
Huh.
In order to understand these hominids, we must get a wider picture of Pliocene Africa. 4.3 million years ago, the first Australopithecines evolved in East Africa. Named Australopithecus anamensis, this hominid walked upright on 2 legs, though it had some traits associated with tree climbing. Anamensis had a small brain and large teeth. They were omnivorous, and their diet was similar to chimpanzees or gorillas, eating a lot of fruit, but also grasses, tubers, and likely meat on occasion. This hominid is thought to have been the common ancestor of later Australopithecines, Paranthropus, and our own lineage. The reasons these lineages diverge likely has to do with the concept of niche partitioning. Niche partitioning is an evolutionary process that allows competing species to coexist in the same area by dividing resources and using the environment differently. Groups of anamensis began to focus on eating savanna plants, others stuck to the forest, and others adopted a generalist lifestyle. This ultimately may have been what caused these groups to go down separate evolutionary paths. The first Paranthropus fossils have been dated at 2.6 million years ago, though it is likely that their lineage appeared over 3 million years ago. Already by this time, they developed much more robust skulls and jaws which allowed them to exploit hard and tough foods. They were able to eat all the same plants as other hominids, but in addition they could also eat hard and tough foods that other hominids couldn't eat. This allowed them to coexist with other hominids in their own niche and especially helped them when food was scarce. Though their jaws and skulls grew in robustness, their brains remained quite small, and evolutionarily, this makes perfect sense. If all you need to do is eat the same few plants every day, there's no need to have a large brain that weighs calories. Brains are incredibly wasteful organs in terms of energy. In the modern day, our brains use about 20% of our daily calorie intake. But even over 2 million years ago, larger brains were paying off for our lineage. Our morphology took the path of increasing brain size, reducing jaw size, and likely a partial reliance on exploiting carcasses. A 2015 paper found that carcasses left by predators contain a significant amount of meat and bone marrow that hominids could exploit. By accessing these resources, we could afford our larger brains. It appears that we went down the route of flexible generalists. Paranthropus, on the other hand, simply went a different route. And though their brains remained small, they clearly were successful as they survived for millions of years. There are 3 different species of Paranthropus. Paranthropus aethiopicus was the earliest species, appearing at least 2.6 million years ago, and appears to have been directly ancestral to Paranthropus boisei, the most well-known species. Boisei appeared 2.5 million years ago and is the most robust of the robust Australopithecines. Boisei had a prominent brow ridge, concave cheekbones, sagittal crest, receding forehead, and robust jawbone. It has the most heavily built skull of any hominid, along with some of the largest molars and thickest enamel of any ape. Due to this, Boisei was originally thought to have been specialized for eating hard foods such as nuts. However, dental evidence suggests that it had a generalist diet of C4 plants, which includes grasses and underground storage organs. Their large molars would have allowed them to process a large amount of food at a time. Though its powerful jaws may have been quite useful during droughts and environmental stress when it had to fall back on resources that other hominids could eat, such as nuts. This gave Brambicus an ecological edge on other hominids, including our own ancestors. Boisei had a significantly large sagittal crest, which is a ridge of bone running across the top of its skull. This feature allows muscles to attach to it, muscles which move the jaw up and down. Gorillas notably have a sagittal crest that gives them a large forehead. Orangutans have them, and some chimpanzees do, though they're typically quite small. The skull of Aethiopicus, nicknamed the Black Skull, has the largest sagittal crest that we have found on the human lineage. This feature would have given them quite tall and strange-looking heads. Boisei's brain size was between 450 to 550 cubic centimeters. To put that into perspective, chimpanzees have a brain size of around 400 cubic centimeters. So their brains were quite a bit larger than chimps, but generally similar to other hominids. Our ancestors that lived alongside them, depending on the time, had a brain size between 500 to 900 cubic centimeters. So the early species in our line, such as Homo habilis, had a brain size similar to the Pampicus, but as the Pleistocene went on, a larger brain would develop, especially in Homo erectus. Anyways, Pampicus was sexually dimorphic, with males being much larger than females. So body size can be difficult to determine based on fragmentary remains. Males are estimated to have been 4'6" or 137 centimeters tall, and weighed around 108 pounds or 49 kilograms. Females, on the other hand, were around 4'1" or 124 centimeters tall and weighed only 70 pounds or 34 kilograms. Specimens are highly variable, but are generally pretty small. They must have looked so out of proportion if you saw one in the modern day. Their skulls are large compared to us and even Neanderthals, despite us and Neanderthals weighing nearly twice as much in many cases. Boisei appears
I'm
to have
back.
perfectly
My
developed
tummy's
ego
upset, so I
and
got
some
a
may be
Topo
upper body
Chico.
features.
I love Topo Chicos,
Not
and we keep them in my
adapted
house.
meaning they likely spent most of
They're
their time on the
essentially,
ground.
I guess, salt
Over the
water-ish.
million
It's
years
like
Boisei
carbonated
lived,
water.
his morphology
I like it.
changed outstandingly little, meaning evolutionarily, Brambicus was perfectly adapted to its niche. This
I asked my
understanding is
mom if
important
it looks
for
like I'm wearing
our
makeup, and she said
understanding
not
of evolution.
really, and then I did a little happy
If there is
dance.
no pressure to adapt and an organism is successfully interbreeding, there is no need to physically change. It's not like Pokemon or the stereotypical linear model of evolution, where there is an end goal or more advanced forms. Evolution simply creates organisms that have a better chance at passing on their genes to the next generation. The species is constantly evolving with each generation, and just because Brambicus didn't physically change all that much in terms of their bones, they were undoubtedly changing in many ways. Genotypically, as in genetically, Brambicus was undoubtedly adapting. We just don't have the soft tissue or genetic material to know how. Though in 2023, fragmentary genetic material from a 2 million year old Brambicus tooth was retrieved. This is the oldest genetic material ever retrieved from a hominid, and could help us understand the evolution of their genes. When Boisei mainly lived in East Africa, another species, Brambicus robustus, lived in South Africa as far back as 2.2 million years ago. Robustus had many of the same characteristics as Boisei, but they differed anatomically in many areas. Generally, their skulls
We're gonna
were
try to do like a
a
fluffy filled in eyebrows today. So I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna draw individual hairs in the eyebrows.
3 pounds or 24 kilograms for females.
After I gel them down, and then we're gonna go in with different colors and shades.
Skull of Robustus was discovered in 2020 and had a cranial capacity of 450 cubic centimeters. This skull is also just fascinating, and the coloration of the fossil is really astounding. The main difference of Robustus was its diet, which is why its skull was less heavily built. Depending on the season, Robustus mainly consumes C3 forest plants or C4 savanna plants. This may indicate that they migrated seasonally. We do have evidence that they put their jaws to work as many of their teeth were chipped, and interestingly, they also had a high cavity rate, suggesting that they may have consumed honey. One of the most fascinating aspects about Brambicus is that they may have been proficient tool users. The use of tools certainly predates Brambicus and even our own lineage. Chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans all use tools including sticks, spears, and rocks to smash nuts, though no other great ape has been documented making a sharp stone tool. Flint mapping is the process of shaping a stone core into a stone tool. It consists of breaking stone to create a sharp flake and core. These tools can be used to cut meat, plants, or shape wood and other materials. The oldest known tools we have ever found date back to 3.3 million years ago, before our genus or Paranthropus even appeared. We also have 3.4 million year old evidence of bones with cut marks from stone tools. But it wasn't until around 2.6 million years ago that older known stone tools were systematically produced. And they appeared all over Eastern and Southern Africa. These tools are typically associated with our genus, but these overlap temporally and geographically with their manufacture and use.
Hello.
The use of older known tools is commonly associated with exploitation of carcasses. Being able to cut and scrape meat off of an already eaten carcass would have provided these hominins with nutritious and calorically dense food. A 2023 paper looked at hippopotamus butchery sites in Kenya. These carcasses were clearly butchered by stone tools that were found at the site, and a particular butchery site contains a Paranthropus molar in clear association with the artifacts of butchered remains. Though we cannot be 100% certain of which hominid used these tools and butchered the carcass, this is direct evidence of Paranthropus being involved. Though not conclusive evidence, it is pretty good given how difficult it is to answer these questions.
This is not normal. But who wants to know?
Ugh. I've been running more army ads, which also shouldn't be a thing. That shouldn't be a thing. You shouldn't have to run an ad on the internet for me to want to join the army. I should want to join the army independently, considering it's my life. My American government should not be being like, who wants to be normal in an unskippable ad about the army. Fuck you. No. Like, no, no, no. It's annoying, and it just makes me hate them more every single day.
Now at law protection in every direction.
It is shade that serves your skin. New Venus Moisture Glass. Bars of argan oil with black moisture in. What's for dinner?
What's for dinner? What's for dinner?
When the clock strikes dinner, think Stouffer Supreme. Supremely creamy, supremely cheesy.
But the hands of Paranthropus were capable of a precision grip needed to make flake stone tools. They very well may have been manufacturing and using these tools, or even just using the tools that our genus was making. Even if it was our genus that was engaging in butchery of carcasses with stone tools, you have to imagine that Paranthropus, which lived alongside them, would have noticed and may have copied their behavior. You may have seen this famous photo of an orangutan spearfishing after reportedly seeing locals spearing fish. Apparently it is just a cool photo and a attempt to spear fish failed miserably, but still I think we should consider that Paranthropus would have been curious and intelligent enough to watch what Homo erectus was up to. Fortunately, we can have some more evidence that Paranthropus was a tool user. Caves with more Paranthropus remains are associated with more bone tools than caves with Homo erectus remains, suggesting that Paranthropus was actually the creator of these bone tools. Bone tools may have been used to dig up storage organs and termites, harvest and process plants, or even for self-defense. The bone tools in question were typically made from the long bones of animals, though ribs, mandibles, and horn cores were also used. This has reminded me of 2001 Space Odyssey when the hominids started using bone tools. Such tools could have certainly functioned as skull-crushing weapons for adversaries or predators. Imagine a group of 10 Paranthropus armed with bone clubs. Such a group could certainly defend themselves from leopards, hyenas, or even early humans. In reality, they would have been mostly used for digging, but defense is possible. The tools used by Paranthropus in South Africa were unmodified, but their preference for certain bones supports their use as tools. In East Africa, the bone tools appear to have been cut and broken into specific shapes. Once again, the evidence of Paranthropus using bone tools is circumstantial, but from over a million years ago, this is the kind of evidence that we have to work with. To cap it off, there may be evidence that Paranthropus used fire. At Spongebob Cave in South Africa, archaeologists found out of 60,000 bone fragments, 270 had been burnt. They were found across layers at Spongebob number 3, indicating that fire was regularly occurring. It was determined that they were heated to below 572 degrees Fahrenheit or 300 Celsius, which is consistent with a small fire from local white stinkwood. Some of the bones even had cut marks, suggesting since they may have been cooked and eaten. The evidence dates between 1 and 1.5 million years old, making it some of the oldest evidence of fire found in archaeological record. Both Homo erectus and Paranthropus remains are found in the cave. If this was indeed intentional use of fire for cooking, it is possible Paranthropus was involved. But perhaps it is more likely to attribute it to the bigger-brained Homo erectus, which has a long history of fire use. Anything is possible, and researchers won't rule out Paranthropus simply because of its brain size. Overall, Paranthropus very likely used and possibly created tools. They may have even mapped sharp stone tools and shaped bone and wooden implements. Evidence is about as strong as we could hope for, unless we were to find an entire Paranthropus skeleton still holding some kind of tool. Now that we have an understanding of Paranthropus, let's talk about the wider ecosystem around him. Paranthropus lived alongside our own ancestors in eastern and southern Africa. The environment varied across this range greatly, though Paranthropus and early humans appear to have favored wetlands around lakes and rivers. These areas would have been wooded, though much of it would have been semi-arid with shrublands present. Some evidence indicates that Paranthropus also inhabited the savanna. Boise appears to have mainly eaten savanna plants, while Robustus ate both savanna and forest plants depending on the season in some cases. Paranthropus would have been relatively flexible, though the most abundant food was always found near water in which monsters lurked. Crocodiles would have been a constant threat for Paranthropus. Crossing a stream or drinking from a water source risked an attack from crocodiles such as Crocodylus anthropophagus. This beast was larger than modern crocodiles, reaching up to 25 feet or 7.5 meters in length. The remains of a left foot of a hominid found in Olduvai Gorge had the bite marks of a crocodile bite. Another find nearby consists of a hominid bitten by a crocodile or a leopard, perhaps on the same day. We're not entirely sure if this individual belonged to our own line or Paranthropus. Either way, it is clear that they lived dangerous lives. There are a variety of other animals present in southern and eastern Africa that would have made life hard for Paranthropus. Dinofelis, Megatherion, and Homotherium were all saber-toothed cats that lived alongside Paranthropus. These animals range from the size of a leopard to the biggest lions. Such powerful animals could kill Paranthropus with ease. More familiar animals like the ancestors of lions, leopards, and hyenas could also have been a problem. Other primates may have been just as dangerous. Dinopithecus was a massive relative of the baboon. The largest males exceeded 170 pounds or 77 kilograms and had fangs up to 5 inches or 12 centimeters long. Theropithecus oswaldi was an extinct species of gelada that could weigh up to 160 pounds or 72 kilograms. Both of these animals would have been absolutely terrifying to run into. Baboons can be quite vicious and territorial animals. They bite, wrestle, and kill each other. Luckily for us, they were usually quite small in the modern day. So imagine one that is nearly twice your weight with massive fangs. In previous videos, I talked in length about the encounters of Homo erectus with these terrifying animals, so go check it out. But another animal could have been even more terrifying, our own ancestors. Paranthropus lived from 2.6 million to roughly 1 million years ago.
I'm gonna go
This
pee.
entire time was spent in the midst of our genus. They would have encountered Homo habilis, Homo rudolfensis, Homo erectus, and Homo hallei. We even have evidence that Paranthropus and Erectus literally crossed paths. A paper from only about a month ago described the footprints of distinct hominids crossing paths 1.5 million years ago in Kenya. The authors determined that the tracks were made only hours or days apart. The footprints were quite distinct, and the gait and stature of these hominids differed significantly. Both of these hominids were certainly bipedal, but their locomotion was very distinct, leading the authors to hypothesize that the prints were made by different species. And considering the time and location, the most likely candidates were Paranthropus and Homo erectus. Erectus may have been a friend to Paranthropus, or maybe their greatest fear. We know that Homo erectus was a great tool user, developing the first distributed hand axes 1.8 million years ago. It is likely that they also used simple wooden spears, possibly throwing spears, clubs, and plain old rocks as projectile weapons. Running into a group of Homo erectus armed with spears and stones may have been more terrifying than Dinopithecus, as they were intelligent and armed. Dinopithecus may have had deadly teeth, but they didn't throw rocks or impale you on a spear. But besides violence, they may wholesome moments between these species. Since they weren't necessarily in competition over food, they could have coexisted peacefully. Chimpanzees and gorillas will forage with one another in some areas where their range overlaps. Sometimes the chimps go crazy and kill their infants, but otherwise they are mostly peaceful. We actually have some evidence that Paranthropus was a little more than peaceful with our early ancestors. Herpes is one of the oldest viruses. Virtually all vertebrate species have at least one herpes virus. Though we have two different strains, HSV1 and HSV2. This is unique among the other great apes. We have had HSV1 forever. It is our strain, though HSV2 is much closer to chimpanzee herpes, meaning that we must have caught HSV2 from another hominid. Genetic research has found that HSV2 diverged from chimpanzee herpes around 1.6 million years ago. Based on geographical overlap of ancient hominids and chimpanzees, it was found that Paranthropus boisei is the most likely candidate. At some point, Paranthropus populations contracted genital herpes from ancestors of chimpanzees, and then they passed it on to our Homo erectus ancestors. So yeah, Pleistocene Africa was freaky. Herpes can be transferred in a number of ways. It may have been during a violent interaction, sharing food, eating each other, but most often through sexual activity. Were Paranthropus, ancient humans, and chimps all getting it on? We don't know for sure. It could have just as likely been transmitted through blood. HIV was transmitted from chimpanzees to humans that came in contact with their infected blood. This was likely due to hunting and eating chimpanzees, which, as gross as it sounds, occurred frequently in the past few hundred years. The 2017 study that pointed the finger at Paranthropus also pointed out that Homo habilis, which lived alongside erectus and Paranthropus, may have also played a role in the initial transmission. So HSV2 may have been transferred between multiple different species before getting to our own lineage. Paranthropus did likely play a role in this, but let's not be rude to poor old boisei. Paranthropus would ultimately go extinct around 1 million years ago. As with many animals that went extinct, it can be hard to pin down the exact cause. Paranthropus seems to have been more susceptible to climate change than Robustus due to its more narrow diet. One study found that the mid-Pleistocene transition shrunk much of their suitable habitat. Paranthropus was generally pickier about its environment than other hominids. Their overall declining habitat may have dwindled their numbers, making them even more susceptible to droughts or competition with other animals. Our own ancestors may have outcompeted them for resources and pushed them towards extinction. Though early Homo could and did coexist with Paranthropus for over 1 million years, why would they suddenly feel the need to push them into extinction? Perhaps they were fighting over shelter or territory. We may never know for sure why this wonderful hominin was pushed into extinction. I really wish they survived into the modern day so we would have an example of how wonderful and mysterious evolution can be. Imagine how Paranthropus might fit into modern human society throughout history. They may have been grim and full of harsh treatment, or they may have generally stuck to themselves like chimpanzees and gorillas. When we look into the eyes of a long-gone Paranthropus skull, we should realize that they once gazed at our world with complex thoughts and feelings of their own. They were not some primitive evolutionary mistake, but rather a people that survived for over 1 million years alongside our own ancestors. They are inherently part of our story, the greatest story ever told. Thanks for watching this video. It was truly fascinating to learn about these hominids and the wider environment of Pleistocene Africa. The story of our ancestors is truly so much more fascinating than any fantasy world I have ever come across. Make sure to like the video in honor of Paranthropus and comment something down below. Maybe compliment Paranthropus, because we were kind of mean to them in this video. I think they really appreciate it. This has been your host, North02, and I hope to see you on the next one. Arrivederci.
Sleep that stays up to 5 washes? It's possible. Garnier presents mifa Slick and Stay Serum.
before the origin of our species, humans have been thriving for well over 1,000,000 years. Various species of human around the world descended from one adventurous hominid, Homo erectus. This species was able to leave its ancestral home and thrive in many diverse environments full of animals that almost appear as fiction to us. Despite living amongst deadly carnivores and often aggressive herbivores, Homo erectus was able to thrive around much of Eurasia and Africa. Today we will be talking about all of the strange and wonderful extinct animals that Homo erectus shared their world with. We have a lot to cover, but this journey will leave you with a fascinating appreciation for how diverse and weird the world's fauna was before we wiped most of it out. This is the second episode in a series where I will document all the creatures humanity has had the pleasure to witness. Make sure to check out the previous episode about the Neanderthals. So without further ado, let's get into the video. Appearing over 2,000,000 years ago, Homo erectus is often considered to be the first human species. This is largely due to their anatomy. Their skulls are fairly similar to ours, but are more heavily built. They had relatively large brains at between 600 to 800 cubic centimeters, with some later individuals attaining a brain size of over 1,100 cubic centimeters. In comparison, modern humans have a brain size of around 1,300 cubic centimeters. Their limb proportions were roughly around the same as modern humans, featuring long legs. Their hands and feet show us that they were not adapted for life in the trees and spent their lives walking and running on the ground. Males were between 5'6" to 6 feet tall, or 167 centimeters to 183 centimeters tall. They were relatively light at between 123 to 150 pounds, or 56 to 68 kilograms. Females were smaller at between 5 foot to 5'3", or 152 to 163 centimeters. They were also quite light at between 100 and 120 pounds, or 45 to 54 kilograms. They made complex tools such as Acheulean hand axes. The cores of stone were worked on both sides to create a sharp object. They used them to butcher animals, process food, and probably as weapons from time to time. We don't have direct evidence that they used spears, though due to the nature of wood, they may have not been preserved. Considering Homo erectus appears to have hunted various animals, and even chimpanzees used spears in the modern day, it is highly likely that Homo erectus made at least crude spears. They also may have simply used rocks as projectile weapons. Some evidence suggests that Homo erectus used fire from time to time, but they do not seem to have been able to create it. Though their technology may seem primitive to us, they were able to spread all over Africa, Europe, and Asia. Expanding into new ecosystems is no easy task, especially considering the dozens of fearsome and intimidating animals that already fought for survival in these lands. We start our archaic safari in the African homeland. Most evidence suggests that Homo erectus first evolved in East Africa, though this is debated. Africa contains some of the most terrifying and wondrous animals alive in the modern day, but 2,000,000 years ago, the fauna of Africa was on a whole nother level. All of the modern African predators, such as hyenas, cheetahs, wild dogs, leopards, and lions, had ancestors living in Africa during this time. These ancestors were often larger than their modern varieties and must have been just as menacing. An animal which undoubtedly snacked on erectus was Dinofelis. Dinofelis was a species of large saber-toothed cat. They weigh between 260 to 400 pounds, or between 120 to 180 kilograms. They were powerfully built with short but strong limbs. Their teeth were longer than any modern big cat, though small compared to other species in the Monoceradophinae subfamily.
I've
Their
returned.
build appears to have been adapted to ambushing larger
If
prey
anyone's
animals
mad
in
because
close
I left,
environments.
I left
They ranged all
because
over
I'm pretty
Africa,
sure
Europe, and
I
Asia.
need to check on my mother,
Certain that Homo
and then my
erectus
mother
often
needed a
had
million
lots of
things.
these beasts. In South Africa, platypus skulls with holes in their cranium suggest that Dinofelis took down these hominids. Some have speculated that these animals specifically targeted hominids, but by studying the carbon isotope ratios from Dinofelis teeth from South Africa, it was found that they were likely to hunt grazing animals rather than hominids. The study also looked at another saber-toothed cat from the same group, Meganterion. It was found that this animal was much more likely to have regularly preyed on hominids. Furthermore, Meganterion often left half-eaten carcasses to be eaten by scavengers, including hominids like Homo erectus. It is theorized that this behavior may have led to the expansion and success of early hominids. Though considering the isotopic evidence, Megatherion also ate its fair share of hominids. The animals, depending on the species, were truly saber-toothed cats. They were around the size of a jaguar, though larger individuals could weigh between 330 to 550 pounds, or 150 to 250 kilograms. They lived all throughout Africa and Eurasia, and we even have some more intriguing evidence to mention when we move to Europe. But we must mention the third saber-toothed cat of Africa and Eurasia, Homo. Homo was widespread all the way until the end of the last glacial period. Known as the scimitar cat, its long curved canines could be up to 6 inches or 15 centimeters in length. These highly specialized weapons may have been used for slicing the arteries of large prey animals. They were around the same size as African lions, between 330 to 550 pounds or 150 to 250 kilograms. They were undoubtedly fierce competition with erectus, but also may have preyed on them from time to time. Other felids lived in the range of African Homo erectus, such as the ancestors of Panthera. The genus, which includes many modern-day cats, has its origins alongside erectus in East Africa. Evolving alongside these dangerous animals may have indirectly helped our lineage by having to survive through adversity. Another prominent African predator which we cannot forget is the hyena. Hyenas are brutal animals that hunt in large packs and are still known to occasionally target people to this day. Some 1.7 billion-year-old evidence from Pluviophora in Kenya suggests that erectus may have preyed on or at least been scavenged by these animals. Further evidence from much earlier, around 500,000 years ago, consists of a hominid femur with remnants a hyena preyed on. This evidence may more correctly belong to Homo heidelbergensis, but it is in the range to be relevant for the discussion. Another animal that is not often discussed is Xenocyon, the ancestors of African wild dogs. They were larger and appear to have been hyper-carnivore pack hunters. They weighed between 80 to 200 pounds or 40 to 90 kilograms. They had a strong and robust build, making them formidable hunters. Like their wild dog descendants, they likely hunted in large packs using teamwork to wear down prey over long distances. Up to 15 dogs hunt at a time, and if Xenocyon hunted in a similar way, you can imagine some truly vicious clashes with Homo erectus. Though felids, canids, and hyenas were all terrifying creatures, crocodilians may have been the deadliest animals throughout human history. Africa was especially home to these cold-blooded beasts. In East Africa, where our lineage originated, a variety of terrifying species lived 2 million years ago. The ancestors of modern Nile crocodiles lived alongside large species. Crocodylus anthropophagus was a massive crocodile reaching up to 25 feet or 7.5 meters in length. It is estimated that it would have weighed up to 3,300 pounds or 1,500 kilograms. Another closely related species that lived nearby was Crocodylus storoginarsoni. This species was around the same size and lived in the Turkana Basin. The Turkana Basin is home to a very famous fossil of African Homo erectus, known as Turkana bolt. This boy lived alongside these massive crocodilians, and some of his friends may have lost their lives to them. We know from other hominids, such as Homo habilis and Paranthropus, that hominids were on the menu for crocodiles. Homo erectus was no exception. A variety of other crocodiles existed throughout Africa, such as fish-eating varieties, though Homo erectus wouldn't have encountered them as much. Animals that Homo erectus would have seen on a daily basis were other primates. 2 million years ago, Africa was full of strange and diverse apes, monkeys, and baboons. In the modern day, humans are so distinct from any other animal. Even our closest living relatives don't look all that similar to us. 2 million years ago, this was an entirely different story. Homo habilis was another species in our genus quite closely related to erectus. So much so that it is thought that erectus actually descended from habilis, though even if true, habilis would still survive as a distinct species for hundreds of thousands of years. Other early hominids such as Homo rudolfensis and possibly others were distinct populations at this time. Species of Australopithecines were still widespread and diverse 2 million years ago. If you are unaware, our genus is thought to have descended from Australopithecines around 3 million years ago. Australopithecines were relatively small, fully bipedal apes with brains around the same size as chimpanzees. Our lineage diverged, grew physically larger, and our brains would gradually grow. Though other lineages of Australopithecine kept on doing
I'll be
their
right
thing,
back.
Homo erectus would encounter a few of them. Australopithecus sediba was around 4 to 5 feet or 1.2 to 1.5 meters tall. They were also slender at between 65 to 110 pounds or 30 to 50 kilograms. They mainly consumed fruits, leaves, and bark from the forest, whereas Homo erectus and other early hominins mainly ate plants from the savanna, displaying that sediba and early Homo exploited different environments. Another genus of Australopithecine were the robust Australopiths, known as Branthipus. These hominids were similar to Australopithecus sediba in that they had relatively small bodies and were bipedal. But this genus had much larger
She
and
didn't
more
want
robust
any of the
skulls.
snacks I
They had large
suggested.
jaws and a sagittal crest like a gorilla. This was to support strong chewing muscles used for processing tubers, leaves, and seeds. They also appear to have used primitive bone tools for digging as well as some stone tools. They had quite a strange appearance, and considering their diet was pretty similar to early Homo, and they had frequently come into contact with erectus. Some of our fossils of Branthipus display evidence of predation from hyenas and crocodiles, indicating that they lived.
I got these deals in the week
Ugh.
at Walgreens.
It's like so uncomfortable for us. You're not making me get my groceries.
Store or at walgreens.com.
Hi, chocolate. I don't want chocolate. That's what I can't do with chocolate. I like chocolate. I can make those. I want to add those. Ooh! 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 I have such an idea.
There's a way to earn free nights fast.
I think I've had this idea before, but I didn't. But,
I'm on a video chat.
ooh!
This is
Ooh!
live to
Ooh!
my audience.
Ooh!
Kids are on their phone streaming while gaming. What's going to be paying attention to?
Fast, reliable internet, starting at $30 a month.
I had an idea. I need to put the things together so I don't forget.
The last apes to mention alive during this
They
time
can't
were
rule it right
ancestors
this
of
minute.
chimpanzees and gorillas. We have
I
very
have to put my
limited
things
fossil
together
evidence of
so I
these
don't-
creatures, though we know that they were around and we know that they would have looked different. Our fossils suggest that these apes have not simply stayed the same over hundreds of thousands of years. But without more physical evidence, we don't know how exactly they differed during the time of Homo erectus. Homo erectus lived alongside many species of early Homo, Australopithecus, Branthipus, and the ancestors of modern apes. It is fascinating to think about how erectus would have perceived these similar yet distinct apes. Some of them ate the same food, had the same tools, and looked almost identical, though there may have been behavioral and social differences that caused them to stay away, or even to enter into conflict. It must have truly been fascinating to see the real planet of the apes take place. Though the planet of the apes might not be accurate, considering that baboons larger than erectus prowled the savanna. One of these baboon-like primates was Dinopithecus. This animal was absolutely terrifying. Our evidence indicates that males averaged around 100 pounds or 46 kilograms,
Can't find it.
though some mature males exceeded 170 pounds
Bad.
or 77 kilograms.
It's been hot, and now it's like, you know what? We're gonna put you under a thunderstorm warning again. This is the second time in July. We're on day 3 in July. My birthday's in 7 days. If it storms on my birthday and I lose power, and I already don't know what I'm doing for my birthday, my 19th birthday, I'm going to cry harder than I typically do on my birthday, which is every year, very badly. I cried when I was a baby. I cried when I was a toddler. I cried when I was a child because I feel like half the time we forgot. I cry so much on my birthday every single year that literally my stuff got so bad. Guess when my grandmother died? Guess. If your guess is way too damn close to my birthday, you would be correct. And we're on year 2. Of course we are.
Also quite large. Besides carnivores and primates, There were many fascinating herbivores present in Africa during the reign of Erectus.
And of course, I wanted to off
Ethereum was a
myself
giant
anyway,
giraffe
so that
with
wasn't
stocky
right.
build and interesting
Like,
names
hey,
like
your grandma died.
velocicones.
No one remembers
It could
your
weigh up to
birthday.
3,000 pounds.
Oh,
or
and she
50
died
to 60
really close to your
kilograms.
birthday.
Making
And
it one of the
you're
largest known mammals.
detoxing from antipsychotics you should have
Since
never been on to
Erectus
begin
took a
with, so
giant
you're just gonna
African
want to
buffalo,
kill yourself.
massive horns being as much as 9.8
And you're
feet
gonna
or
make
3
a
meters
bunch of
from
bad
tip to
decisions
tail.
that will affect your life
These animals are also
forever.
massive at up to 3,400 pounds or 2,000 kilograms.
My
Hippopotamus
17th birthday
are the
was not
heaviest
fun.
animals in Africa in the modern day, and this could have been true when Homo erectus was around. 2 million years ago, a larger species, hippopotamus gorgobs, were present all over Africa. These animals were as large as 8,800 pounds or 4,000 kilograms. That is as large as an Asian elephant. Hippopotamus are very
I
territorial
was
and aggressive animals that will
incredibly
attack on
upset.
sight. Considering they live in bodies of water that Erectus had to drink from, we can imagine that there were clashes. We actually do have evidence that Erectus interacted with these animals. Butchered remains of gorgobs have been found in Algeria dating to 1.8 million years ago, in Kenya dating to 1.76 million years ago, and finally in Eritrea dating to 1 million years ago. These remains are found with many cut marks as well as stone tools nearby, making it certain that hominids were involved. It is possible that these animals were hunted, though due to their size and ferocity, it is far more likely that they were scavenged. Though if you recall from the last episode, Neanderthals were able to take down massive straight-tailed elephants with simple spears. It is possible Erectus
It
killed
was
these
not.
beasts. It is unlikely, though we'll never underestimate the capability of our ancestors. Homo erectus would have also been
Oh,
familiar with
yeah,
rhinoceros.
yeah,
By this
we
time,
have.
the
We've
Homo
not
erectus
celebrated it,
were
we've
already
celebrated it,
genetically
we've
isolated.
celebrated it not on my
Both
birthday
species
a
were equivalent
lot.
to Homo erectus, and we do have evidence of
And
footmarks
on
of
two
rhinoceros
separate
bones in
occasions,
Kenya.
work
The
has
largest
decided
animals
my
Homo
dad shouldn't
erectus
be
were
there for my
seen
birthday.
Proboscideans.
One of them
This
being
includes the
last
ancestors of
year.
African and Forest
And I can only
species,
remember
of course,
2
were
occasions,
larger than
but
modern
probably
elephants.
happened more.
Another Proboscidean related to modern Asian elephants was particularly
Because I don't
large.
matter.
Named
I remember
Baleoxodon or Elephas
one
erectus,
time my dad
this animal could be
was
up to
out of
14
town. I
feet
think he
or
was
4.3
at like
meters at the
he
shoulder.
was in Florida or something.
Smaller specimens were around
So
10,000
he wasn't
pounds
for
or
my birthday, and I
45
think that might have been like my
kilograms.
11th
The biggest were
birthday,
up to
maybe my
33,000
10th
pounds or
birthday.
15,000
I remember being very
kilograms.
upset
That is 10,000 pounds
about
heavier
it,
than
and
the
my dad
largest
was going to
T-Rex
break the
and
news
3,000
to
pounds
me,
heavier than the
and
largest
I was
Triceratops.
pissed.
This elephant was literally bigger than most
I
dinosaurs.
was,
Such massive animals would have been nearly invincible.
and I remember on my birthday being awoken to my mother and my sister's scream, yelling, and pancakes, and that's all I remember from that day. I don't remember ever having cake. I think we might have made cupcakes or cookies or something. I don't know. I remember being very upset, and I probably cried myself to sleep that night, because my birthday is often end with me crying myself to sleep tonight, because it's weird timing in the year, so nobody can ever come, and that's their excuse. But then nobody comes anyway when we're celebrating it not on my birthday. And then I'm often left with my parents, and that's it. No cousins, no aunts, no one. You know why? Because everyone's dead. So I'm just sitting there at my birthday party. No one's talking to me at my birthday party. Except maybe my dad, because every other year he feels bad.
Erectus may have scavenged these beasts from time to time, but we don't have any evidence.
But my mother, not talking to me. My sister, not talking to me. Nobody typically says happy birthday to me on my birthday. On my 17th birthday, when my grandmother passed away, way too close to my birthday, my mom wasn't here, which just made me more upset. And I got a call from her, and she tried to say happy birthday, and my aunt that doesn't like me yelled, screamed for her help with my dying grandmother. And then she couldn't even really get the words happy birthday out. And then I'm thinking, did you really think the second she called me, aunt that does not like me, that you needed her right that moment
civilizations. They are
Really?
nonpartisan,
Okay, I feel like
independent,
she did that on
and
purpose.
as objective as possible.
And I felt like
This way,
in
readers
that
can
moment she
get
did that on
coverage
purpose,
from
and I
different
remember
parts of the
hanging
world.
up the phone and crying.
They're not
I
just for
spent
political news
that
junkies.
whole day
Ground news is for anyone
by
who just wants to know
myself,
the facts like me.
suicidal,
One of the stories that caught my
and
attention was
crying.
about how the human genome has been
I
studied
spent
inside
that
a huge
whole
copper
day
crystal.
by
Some of their extreme
myself,
temperatures and cosmic
suicidal,
radiation make for a smooth journey
and
through space.
crying.
My Vantage plan gets me access to every source covering this, including original research and visual breakdowns of data that can influence how
And then my
stories
dad,
land or
when
whether
he
it's
returned
well.
home
I really think
from
the news
his
is
job,
facing long-standing issues in the news landscape.
and I had cried all the tears I could cry, and I was very dehydrated at this point. Said happy birthday to me as a oh yeah, happy birthday, literally.
My viewers save 50% on the same Vantage plan I use.
You know what's
for
fucked
their
up? His
access to all
birthday's
the
9
features.
days before mine.
Subscribing not only supports an independent, nonpartisan
His birthday's
platform,
really close to mine. I remember trying to do something for his birthday. I remember being like, we should do something. I remember us going to Whataburger because I wanted him to feel like his birthday was happening.
I find many unique animals. Homo erectus first made it to Europe around 1.8 million years ago. This is known from the remains of Manisi hominins from Georgia. The Manisi hominins may have represented an early migration because other hominins wouldn't spread into the rest of Europe until around 500,000 years later. Perhaps it was because this environment was challenging to these hominins, likely because of the cold and unique fauna from the region. Felids were certainly a problem for these early adventurers. Of the 5 skulls recovered at Manisi, one of the skulls had wounds that may have been caused by Ontario. We have
I'll
already
be
covered
back.
this beast, though it goes to show how dangerous the lives of these hominins were on the frontier for a breakage. When Homo erectus first arrived, cave lions or their ancestors had not made it to the region yet, but a variety of other cats had. Panthera gombazoensis, or the European jaguar, was present in Europe during this time. It was larger than modern jaguars, with the largest individuals weighing around 460 pounds or 210 kilograms. The ancestors of modern pumas or mountain lions, known as Puma pardoides, were also found in Europe during this time. Another strange felid that Erectus may have ran into was the giant cheetah. Found all the way in Western Europe, these animals were twice the size of modern cheetahs, with the largest reaching 265 pounds or 120 kilograms. They appear to have been adapted to sprinting like modern cheetahs, but their size would have limited their speed. Their extra body mass may allow them to take down larger prey. Hominins are already slow, but there was certainly no outrunning the giant cheetah. The largest felid in Europe during this time was Homo which of course we have already discussed. Since Homo erectus lived in Europe for hundreds of thousands of years until gradually evolving into later species, Panthera fossilis, the ancestor of cave lions, could be counted. These cats were some of the largest of all time, weighing up to 1,100 pounds or 500 kilograms. The largest ligers are about this size, which can give us some idea of how large Panthera fossilis were. Felids still ran hominins in the modern day, and half a dozen that lived alongside Erectus may have caused a significant amount of casualties, though a handful of other carnivores were just as vicious.
And one such example was the Pachycrocuta, a thankfully now extinct genus hyena that lived across large swathes of northern Eurasia. As you know, hyenas in general are quite scary, but Pachycrocuta was on a whole other level, as it was one of the largest hyenas I've ever lived, with individuals weighing on average around 100 kilograms or 220 pounds, and some may have gotten even bigger, potentially reaching up to 150 kilograms or 330 pounds. Such size was terrible news for our ancestors, and made only worse when you consider that contrary to popular belief, hyenas actually hunt down most of their food, but will still happily scavenge if given the chance, with a significant portion of their calories coming from carrion in certain hyena species. So it's fair to assume that Pachycrocuta may have both hunted a wide variety of prey and taken advantage of carcasses, which could have been abundant, as other predators like the giant cheetah and other felids could not break bones, often leaving much of their kills for other carnivores. And because Homo erectus also scavenged frequently, they likely would have come into contact often with the Pachycrocuta, and thus possibly leading to violent confrontations, an issue further intensified by Pachycrocuta's tendency to live in caves. However, while all signs do point to likely interactions,
So far, no conclusive fossil evidence of them meeting in Europe has been discovered, although there is some pretty interesting information on that matter. Yet, we'll get to that when we talk about Europe. And by the way, if you couldn't tell by the voice, this is not North, but instead Extinct Zoo. I make videos about extinct animals, and I actually just made a whole video about the bigger cousin of the Pachyprocuta. In other words, the largest hyena to ever exist, the Dinocrocuta. So if that sounds interesting, feel free to check that out. And stay tuned for a video on my channel that will feature North. Bears are another fascinating animal that would have fought over carcasses and taken up cave space. When Homo erectus was around in Europe, two species of bear were present, cave bears and Ursus etruscus. The cave bear was a massive species of bear that survived alongside the Neanderthals all the way up until the arrival of our species. By studying the teeth of cave bears, we know that they mostly ate a plant-based diet, but despite this, they were not to be messed with. They were larger than most modern bears, with males weighing between 770 to 1,320 pounds or 350 to 600 kilograms. Such a large and likely aggressive animal would have been best to be avoided by Homo erectus with only wooden spears. The other bear they would have come across often was Ursus etruscus. These animals are thought to be the direct ancestors of modern brown bears. They were much smaller at around 220 pounds or 100 kilograms, though this is nothing to scoff at. A bear of that size can still be quite dangerous, especially for the relatively light Homo erectus with relatively primitive tools. The last predator to mention is Canis mosbackensis, which were the ancestors of modern wolves. They appeared around the same time erectus spread into Europe and certainly encountered them. They were a little smaller than modern Eurasian wolves with a maximum weight of 110 pounds or 50 kilograms. We don't have evidence of interactions between erectus and mosbackensis, though it is interesting to think that some of their descendants would eventually become best friends. Besides predators, primates were present in Europe over 1 million years ago. The largest and most fascinating species was Rudolf. These terrestrial monkeys were similar to macaques and were adapted to life on the ground. Perhaps most interestingly, their ankle joints were remarkably similar to Australopithecus, which was fully bipedal. Rudolf spent its life on the ground, and much of it may have been spent walking on 2 legs. What makes it even more bizarre is that it was quite large, weighing between 60 to 100 pounds or 27 to 45 kilograms. When standing on their hind legs, they could reach 5 feet or 1.5 meters tall. This makes Paradolichopithecus one of the largest species of monkey ever discovered.
That has not ever been a possibility, ever. You creepy people hit me with you. It's secretive. Hi, everyone.
Their biceps were similar to that of baboons and had increased
I don't have
muscular
friends,
strength,
period,
which
at
suggests
all.
that they may
In
have
fact, I
been
just said those words with my mother.
possibly used
Because I
tools.
asked her very nicely
Haven't found any indication
if you could
of
help me figure out what to do for my birthday
tools,
today. That'd be
bones,
great
and
because no one's
This is
tried.
extremely interesting.
And it's in 7 days. It's kind of like that thing that's like you have 7 days to live. And so yeah, not so happy.
If left alone, perhaps we would be living in a very different world.
She got real bitchy, real quickly.
Once again, this is an example of how the past can be stranger than fiction.
You know, I have no jurisdiction about what happens on my birthday or what we do on my birthday, really, or
Erectus may have hunted.
if people groan and argue and hurt my feelings.
So in a way,
Typically,
they
her.
They were very large, weighing up to 2,200 pounds or 1,000 kilograms. They had large, deadly horns that erectus and predators alike had to stay away from.
I would like all the attention to be on me considering it's my birthday. You can think that's absorbent. So little of the attention is ever on me. It's kind of the bare minimum. But that doesn't happen. The attention from my mother goes on my sister on my birthday. As long when we were children, she would get a gift and I would get a gift on my birthday. That didn't happen on her birthday. On my birthday. And on Christmas we'd get the same thing. Because no one could ever tell her not BS. No. No, you can't have a present on your sister's birthday. That's weird.
A more aggressive and much larger herbivore.
And it might hurt her feelings for the rest of her life.
Unlike modern hippopotamus, these animals could survive in a broader range of environments, not limited only to bodies of water. Antiquus weighed as much as 9,300 pounds or 4,200 kilograms. The largest Antiquus would have rivaled the weight of adult mammoths and elephants. They had massive tusks and were likely aggressive and territorial. It would have been best for erectus to stay away from these animals. Various species of rhinoceros lived throughout Europe. This included the ancestors of woolly rhinoceros and the ancestors of lesser-known species such as Merck's rhinoceros and the narrow-nosed rhinoceros. One very unique species was Elasmotherium. Elasmotherium was a massive species of rhinoceros that at 10,000 pounds or 4,500 kilograms weighed as much as
Bad
many
mouth.
mammoths.
It did hurt my nose
Elasmotherium
for the rest of my
had a
life.
lifespan that could be as much as 5 feet or 1.5
That happened for
meters in length.
several years of my life. Guess
Recent
why it hurt my
analysis
feelings
suggests
so
that it may
it's
have had
bad.
a large dome instead of a horn. Regardless, this must have been a
Because
fascinating
it's literally being like, your birthday isn't about you. It's about you and your sister and whatever the fuck your dad's doing. That's not my birthday. My birthday's about me. It should be about me. I would like one day of the year to be about me. Is that selfish? Sure. Is it the bare minimum considering it's my birthday? Yeah. Would I like people to talk to me on my birthday? Yeah. Do they? No. Would I like people not to groan at me on my birthday? Yeah. Do they still groan? Uh-huh. Do they act like I can't hear them? Uh-huh. Does my mom act like my birthday was the worst day of her life? A little bit. Is that incredibly hurtful considering I had no choice in being here? Uh-huh. Very, very hurtful. She could have made this great decision called get rid of it. Which frankly, she didn't have that decision anyway. She didn't realize till 3 months in. Do you know how far 3 months in is? Let's see. It's 4 weeks and a month. 2 is 8. 3 is how many? 12. 12 months in. She didn't realize until after she legally, even at the time, couldn't get an abortion.
T-Mobile Home Internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet.
Wow, you're good.
Oh, you think I haven't tried? I've tried to be like, I want something for my birthday. I want to do something. I want to celebrate. I want it to be about me. I try 3 months before my birthday every single year. Up until the end of June, when I can't talk about it, because my dad's birthday is before mine.
Start the school year off strong with Stressors and its cushiony thickness that holds up better.
Thank you for the lovely comment that's implying I'm an alcoholic. Are you an alcoholic? Also, if your idea of asking me if I was drunk is this bottle, you're racist. I'm just going off the bat. I'm going off the deep end. I'm calling you racist because this is water. Not even racist to me, racist to other people. The lovely people that make this drink. You're racist, and you're a bitch. And you should go be buried in a ditch. You fucking bitch. We wanna ask if I'm drunk? Ooh. Ooh. I'm jumping off the deep end. It's the middle of the fucking day. Why would I be day drinking on the verge of a storm in the middle of the day at 18? You moron.
The giant cheetah, Homo and Meganterion would have been significant threats. Though Asia was home to a variety of unique felids. Meganterion nicolanensis.
I shake because I have low iron and I weigh 100 pounds. I shake because I have a high amount of caffeine in my system at all times. Because if I don't, my heart likes to be a little irregular and do this weird double beep thing. And then one beep, and then double beep, and then one beep, and then double beep. And I don't know what that's about. And I, frankly, am not going to the doctor about it. Also, my chair doesn't have a back, and I'm sitting on it at an angle. Do we see how I'm a little shaky? That is not because I am drunk. That is not because I am an alcoholic. That is because I weigh 100 pounds. If we legitimately think that I am an alcoholic, you should go be with actual fucking alcoholics. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm going to your channel. More ratting out some shit. Let's point to my lovely computer where I can look up your channel and see if your face is on your channel, since we think I'm an alcoholic. Is this a little unstable? Yeah. Do I care? No.
Particularly the giant short-faced hyena, Pachycrocuta. A 3D map of the remains
Now that I have my thing pulled up, let's go to your channel.
by the hyenas. Many of the bones were extensively gnawed and some pulverized by the powerful jaws of these beasts. Interestingly,
Let's go to
the
your
site also
channel.
contains many stone tools as well as evidence of the
Oh,
use of
this is
fire.
just depressing.
Site
You
was
have a
used by
fan
both
page for
hyenas
Blackpink,
and
but I'm pretty sure
hominids
Blackpink
for
would not be very
times.
happy about the fact that you're making fun of
Hyenas
someone
erectus were certain
who has a
feeding
fucking
predators
eating
in
disorder
cave
and
space.
manic depression, you
They
fucking
feed
bitch.
The
You think
lifestyle
those
was
rats
led
here?
to
Okay.
humans and animals.
Here's your
As you
channel
see from the evidence, hyena did
up
feed
on
their
my
young.
computer. Also,
Crocodiles were another
the reason
animal
it's
that
dirty
frequently
is
seen
because
as a
I'm
threat to
actively
erectus.
painting a wall in a room I am forced to live in independently. You fucking bitch. You wanna you want to call me an alcoholic and you want to say I'm drunk and I'm so dirty? Okay, come over here and say it to my fucking face. Come over. Do it. I fucking dare you. Do it. I dare you. Because you know who's gonna end up with one guy? Not me. You know who's going to look like a drunk? Not me. I don't drink. Yeah, I don't have no shame. Because you're a fucking moronic bitch. Calling me a drunk. Here's your channel. This is very depressing. Let's see if you have any links. No, it's a brand new channel. Which means either you are like 12, calling me an alcoholic. Which, how the fuck would you know that? Are your family an alcoholics? Or you come from alcoholics? What the fuck? Or you harass someone so bad YouTube banned your ass. There's one of two answers here. Brand new account because you are a child, calling me a drunk, or you harass people so badly you got banned. Because that is September 4th, 2023.
He and many others originally hypothesized that this hominoid may have been a hominin, meaning it belonged to our direct line.
You want to be a bitch? You want to fight? You think I'm just going to sit here and be like, oh my god, you hurt my feelings so much? No, I will beat the living crap out of you.
Found that it was closely related to orangutans. But due to the incompleteness of the remains, we were left with a lot of speculation regarding its size.
Literally, it doesn't. If I was an alcoholic, that's my issue. That's not your issue. That is my issue.
It is estimated that males may have weighed anywhere between 430 to 1,100 pounds. Or
How would me, being an alcoholic, affect you, someone I don't know, in any context whatsoever? Please tell me. Please tell me. Please. Do it. How would me, supposedly, allegedly, being an alcoholic, affect you, someone who doesn't follow the channel, doesn't know me my personal life? Hell, and probably harass people so bad they get their account banned by YouTube, which is really hard, by the way. Affect you, a random stranger on the internet, at all. At all. How would me purposely destroying myself because I think I deserve to die affect you at all? How would it? Because that sounds like self-sabotage to me, which is a whole thing that is literally fucking called self-sabotage. As in, you are sabotaging yourself on purpose.
So 6 feet tall and 400 pounds, perhaps.
Oh, I deleted your channel.
But still, there's even interesting videos of people coming across the
No.
in the woods, and it literally looks like
No, I did not.
Bigfoot's
You know
not
why?
actually real, sorry.
And you know how I know?
Humans are
Because
another
you're
species of
actively
ape
talking
that Homo erectus
on
would
your
have seen.
channel.
They're still extant today, but they would have seen unique species such as Rudolf
I don't know how someone who has no access to your channel, would delete your channel.
We'll keep it kind of short due to the length of the video already. Bubulus paleocarabao had horns 8.2 feet or 8 meters from tip to tip.
Are you talking about the tab? Because everyone can still click on you independently of themselves.
Undoubtedly a dangerous animal.
They can do that in the chat.
Asia was also home to a species of giraffe.
Also, people that are going to be like, wipe their child, and you're calling them names because they called you an alcoholic. If they are a child and they have the comprehension to call me an alcoholic, they have the comprehension to know that I will fucking fight them. And they have the maturity to know that. They might not be aware of the consequences, which, if we're being honest, then I'm doing fucking parenting. And I'm doing everyone a favor in that manner. So please, fuck off. If you're gonna be like, oh my god, she's being rude. Yeah, no, I'm not a fucking DIY channel from 2010. I'm a fucking bitch. The world has screwed me over since before I became a bad person. So I'm a bitch, yeah, I don't care.
Proboscideans especially thrived in Asia during the Pleistocene. The southern mammoth, Antherium, Animchus, and Stegodon were present. But the largest land animal of the Pleistocene was also found in Asia during this time. Paleoloxodon mimicus.
If you saw half the shit I see from people acting like they are better than me, you would also be a major bitch. Major.
Due to incomplete remains, its true size is unknown. One partial skeleton suggests a shoulder height of 4.5 meters or 14.8 feet. Two partial thigh bones suggest that some individuals reached a height of 5.2 meters or 17.1 feet at the shoulder. The upper estimates for weight put it at 22 tons. That is nearly 50,000 pounds or 23,000 kilograms. If this weight were true, then it would undoubtedly be the largest land mammal
I'll be
of all
back.
time, but also exceeding that of many sauropod dinosaurs. Paleoloxodon mimicus must have been fascinating to see in life. An animal so large that it is hard to even put it into perspective. Erectus would have certainly been familiar with these animals and may have had deadly encounters with them now and then. Elephants are not always nice animals and are known to commit unprovoked violence. With an animal as large as the Mimicus, nothing was safe in Pleistocene Asia. A few other species of Paleoloxodon also lived in Asia, but they were smaller and generally not as cool. Well, there it is, all the unique and interesting animals that Homo erectus would have encountered. Of course, there are a lot of less interesting animals that I didn't cover, but if there's an animal that you wish would have been in this video, comment down below. The world of Homo erectus was full of fascinating animals, some of which were truly stranger than science fiction. Erectus were undoubtedly preyed on by fearsome carnivores and trampled by towering Goliaths. Regardless, the descendants will evolve into new species, including the ape voice in this video right now. Though Homo erectus would go extinct, it was really about the friends that we met along the way. Yes, I just said that. I hope you enjoyed the video. I honestly really enjoyed making this video, and I learned about a lot of animals that I haven't even heard of. It was truly a strange world back then. I have plenty of ideas on what hominins or people to cover next in this series. I was thinking of covering Homo floresiensis next. What do you guys think? Please leave a comment down below and like the video because no one really does that anymore. This has been your host, Numero 2, and I hope to see you on the next one. Adios and arrivederci.
For my pubic area, I choose the Venus pubic razor, made for coarse hair and thin skin, with an irritation defense bar to help protect my skin, or a shave with almost no redness and bumps. Get a shave made for your skin. My skin, my way. Venus.
How old did ancient humans get? It's easy to picture a world where life was brutally short. The world we're making it to age 30 was a rarity. But how accurate is this idea? Did they truly live brief lives? Or could they survive well into their later years under the right conditions? While it's true that life in prehistoric time was full of challenges, recent research suggests that early humans might have lived much longer than we typically imagine. We even have fascinating fossils of hominids that beat the odds and lived to old age. It's time to uncover just how long ancient humans lived, and why some may have enjoyed lives far longer than we typically imagine. First, we must understand the concept of life expectancy and lifespan. What is commonly known as average life expectancy is technically life expectancy at birth. For example, if a country had an average life expectancy of 70, parents could hope for their child to live this long. But the problem with this statistic is the way that it takes into account the death of infants. In some poorer nations, as many as a third of children die before the age of 5. This gives these countries a far lower life expectancy of often less than 60. But in these societies, individuals who survive childhood live about as long as people in Western industrialized nations. This is why using a statistic such as life expectancy at 10 or life expectancy at 15 can give us a better picture of how old people actually get. When considering prehistoric times, you'll often hear that the average person only lived around 20 to 30 years old. The average life expectancy was indeed between 20 to 35 years. But this was mainly due to the high infant mortality rate of prehistoric times. It is estimated that the infant mortality rate varied between 30 to 50%. Individuals who were lucky enough to make it past their early childhood more often than not lived well beyond their 30s. By looking at contemporary hunter-gatherer groups, we can get a fairly accurate picture of how long prehistoric hunter-gatherers may have lived. In a study looking at 12 hunter-gatherer groups from 4 continents, fascinating insights were learned. Of the 12 groups, 5 were traditional hunter-gatherers, 4 were forager horticulturalists, and 5 were accultured hunter-gatherer populations. On average, 63% of children born survived to the age of 15. Of those who reached age 15, 68% reached the age of 45. Clearly, people weren't suddenly dying off on their 30th birthday. Among traditional hunter-gatherers, the average life expectancy at birth varies from 21 to 37 years. The proportion surviving to age 45 varies between 26 to 43%. Life expectancy at the age of 45 varies from 59 to 69 years old. So the people lucky enough to make it to 45 could expect to live another 14 to 24 years. Overall, it was found that the mortal death for adults, from school, mean, medium, and mode, the mortal death for adults was 72, in a range between 68 and 78 years old. This is not too far off.
I'm back. I'm shaky. My house is cold. I'm not drunk. I'm mad, and apparently me and my mother were not done with that conversation about my birthday.
70% of deaths, violence and accidents for 20%, and degenerative diseases for 9%. Throughout every age range, illnesses accounted for more than half of deaths. We won't go too far into detail about what these diseases were. The study mentioned that infectious diseases were absent in newly contacted groups. Small mobile populations.
You know what y'all should do? Y'all should so get me to 4K for my birthday.
Australian Aboriginals, as they can offer one of the best perspectives of how long prehistoric
That's what y'all should do for my birthday. Y'all should so get me to 4K.
Hard physical lives.
That'd be so much fun. I'm only like 900 something away. That'd be so much fun. That's what y'all should do. We should start a campaign. Get Nifa Wolf to 4K for her birthday. Yay! This is a flag. A flag. I should make a flag for the channel. Like something fun with black and teal and pink. Ooh, that'd be fun. I should so do that. Like something mocking the British flag, but with black and teal and pink. And stars, because I like stars and I'm a star. Oh, I should so do that. I got peeing out loud. I'm gonna be back.
Among the Inuit of Greenland and northern Canada, the elderly are relied on for their deep knowledge. The expertise of the elders includes animal behavior, how to read weather patterns, navigation, and specific hunting and foraging skills. The Shippo and Igbo people of the Amazon regard their elders as keepers of medicinal knowledge. Their ability to create and administer remedies for spiritual and physical healing is fundamental to their community's health. Elders serve on councils that mediate community conflicts. In the Yolngu community of Arnhem Land, elders resolve disputes by trying on traditional laws. This form of mediation is highly respected and seen as central to maintaining social order and justice. In all these societies mentioned, elders are highly respected and cared for, even if they take up food and resources. When discussing the elderly in the context of human prehistory, it is often imagined that the weak and old have had little value, and they have been abandoned due to their reaching of food and resources. How true is this? Geronticide is the practice of killing or abandoning the elderly. It has been observed in societies throughout history, particularly when resources are scarce. Geronticide usually goes one of two ways. An elderly individual is abandoned, or chooses to stay behind for the benefit of the rest of the group. In particularly harsh winters, elderly Inuit would stay behind to prevent slowing down the group or eating up resources. This kind of self-sacrifice has also been witnessed during droughts in Africa and Australia. It's quite sad to think about making such a decision, but so commendable at the same time. Loving your people so much that you were willing to stay behind to freeze, starve, and get eaten, just for the chance for the young to prosper. Though this may be a little heartwarming, we must also consider involuntary geronticide. Historically, this delivery consisted of neglecting to care for the elderly, whether that be withholding food from them or other essential tasks. Others were simply abandoned and, in very rare cases, killed. The Heruli, a Germanic tribe from the early centuries AD, were reported to practice ritual killing of the elderly. According to the accounts of Roman historian Rudolf when members of the tribe reach a certain age, they were killed either to prevent them from becoming a burden or as part of a ritual. This is a rather unique case, and I have not been able to find any hunter-gatherer cultures that killed their elderly for any reason besides a severe limitation in resources or the elderly hindering their mobility. If you know any other cases, comment down below, and also, guys, don't forget to subscribe. Now that we understand how old humans can get in contemporary hunter-gatherer societies and the important role the elderly can play, it's time to talk about prehistoric times. We have fascinating evidence that the elderly were cared for and valued not only in our own species, but also in other hominids. We have some fascinating evidence of old individuals in none other than Homo erectus. First appearing over 2 million years ago, Homo erectus is a very ancient species. As you learned in the last video, it also lived in a very dangerous world full of deadly predators and dangerous goliaths. Our evidence indicates that people had compassion, and some even made it into a advanced age. Something we must first understand is that erectus may have not had the same lifespan as modern humans. We know that they matured faster, perhaps reaching adulthood in their early teens. Their earlier maturity combined with such a hard life of hunting and gathering with relatively simple technology likely limited their lifespans. The best evidence of erectus surviving into old age comes from Tennessee, Georgia. Here the remains of Homo erectus have been found dating to 1.8 million years ago. These are some of the earliest well-dated hominid remains in Eurasia and also some of the best preserved. 5 skulls from this site are excellently preserved along with postcranial elements and stone tools. And let me be the first one to tell you, these skulls are very peculiar looking. They look so different from one another that it was originally hypothesized that they belonged to multiple different species. But further research has revealed that they simply belong to a diverse population. They all all have quite large brows, large jaws, and small brains. The brains vary between 550 to 770 cubic centimeters. This puts them in the lower range of Homo erectus, but more similar to that of Homo habilis. They were also quite small, at between 145 to 166 centimeters, or 4.8 to 5.4 feet tall. The most fascinating skull of this site, and the reason we are even talking about it, is because of skull 4, the old man of Phoenicia. All of his teeth, except for the left canine, had fallen out. The tooth sockets had been reabsorbed into the jaw, suggesting that he had lost all of his teeth several years before his death. He would have been unable to chew upon processed meat or raw plants. His diet would have been limited to bone marrow, brain matter, or pre-processed plant and animal matter. Gathering all of this food and processing it on his own would have been very difficult. Considering his age, his body would not have likely been great shape either. His survival depended on the care of others. It is unknown how old this man was exactly. Experts estimate that he was likely in his 40s, though it's possible he was even older. Regardless, he was clearly very old for his time and place. He lived a long and hard life, and in his twilight years, he was surrounded by his kin. It's so fascinating to think about these relatively small-brained and small-bodied humans surviving in prehistory. They had to hunt and gather everything they ate while taking care of old Toothless. These hominins undoubtedly cared deeply for each other. This skull is probably my favorite human fossil of all time. Now the flesh is gone, you can imagine that this caveman
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens. Shop weekly deals at your store or at walgreens.com.
Double deal dare you try something.
Sorry, not to yell in your fucking face. Hi everyone. I've returned. Yeah, it's named Winnie.
Have to spend it with the person that you love. Mike thinks he's so great because his desk key has voice control. Like as if he'd ever use that.
Hey, Destiny, enter party mode.
By earning a degree with TV in demand, but some degrees are more valuable than others. Take cybersecurity.
The cat is named Winnie.
Rest in peace to the old man of Phoenicia. This example made it seem like he knew very well he
Everyone wants to piss me off for my birthday in 7 days, and frankly, I don't know what I'm doing for my birthday still. But every year I say I don't know what I'm going to do for my birthday because I don't. And I try to figure it out months before my birthday because nobody cares. And then we don't know what we're doing anyway. And everyone mumbles at me and groans and is very upset at me for having been born.
This would have been extremely rare, but plenty
That
of
wasn't
people
my
celebrate
decision.
his birthday. It's extremely hard to calculate how
What
many
is it? I'm
years
fucking pissed.
40s,
Because my birthday is literally in 7 days, and no one has spoken a fucking word about it.
to estimate how many erectus would have lived to old
And I
age,
know they're not doing some surprise birthday shit, because that would require me having a family,
life expectancy for a number of
or friends, or family and friends,
includes prehistoric humans
and knowing more people than
Homo
4.
erectus, the life expectancy would have likely fallen in between the range of these two. I do have to state that this is life expectancy.
That is a company.
So about half of
Why
the
are we
erectus
spamming the
would have
titles of
lived.
companies in my shit? Hello.
You can see that 10% of
Hi,
erectus
Winnie.
alone would have likely made it to the 30.
It is odd that I'm popular in Turkey recently. I don't know what that's about. It's weird. Not weird as in you guys, but like, it's odd because I've never dealt with this issue before. It was fun. All the powder from one pallet when they're together one.
Though the remains of over 400 Neanderthal individuals have been found, which could help us better determine the life expectancy of this species. Neanderthals and modern humans had a common ancestor around 500,000 years ago, meaning that our two species were quite related. Hell, many of us, including myself, have Neanderthal DNA, but they were still different than us. They were shorter, stronger, had larger brains, and each matured faster. Neanderthals lived very long
I
lives
want
and
to jump
most
off the
humans
roof.
injured. In fact, 79 to 94% of Neanderthals sustained
My
this
birthday's
much in their
near.
lifetimes.
And it's one of the worst days of the year.
Something you can learn about in this video.
Nobody is nice, and everyone is mad that my birthday is there.
The most fascinating example of
How dare I
the old age is shamed or
be born?
My apologies if you have heard about him on this channel before, but his remains may be the most interesting of all time. Discovered in Shenandoah Cave, located in
Was it my fault?
Kurdistan,
Was it my
his remains
choice?
consist of
Who gives a
solid
shit
or
about that?
functional elements.
Who
It is
cares?
that he had one
Who
arm,
cares? That
one
wasn't
leg,
my
and
choice,
some
and
pieces
I didn't
of
make
serious
that
blow to the right side of his
decision,
face, which may have caused
and that it's
paralysis of the
incredibly
right
hurtful
side
that we all
of
threw
his body.
tantrums when I was born, like fucking children,
If so, this
when
is
you were
far
grown
from
as
the least
adults.
expectation. However, this has not been conclusively proven and may forever
You know, and that hurts my feelings
He was
all
also
very, very,
crippled
very,
with
very, very, very
severe
much.
injuries to his legs and degenerative joint disease. Lastly, he also had
Because
substantial
no child
deformities
should be
and
born
causing
that way,
deafness. This
and no
man
parent should tell,
participated in
you know,
routine
the other child that was on purpose
His
that the
deafness
first child was a
caused
giant
harm
oopsie.
around, but also made him an easy
Like,
target.
I already know, she already knows, you don't need to tell people that.
Likely reaching his mid-40s or 50s. Though he may have been a burden to the resources of his people, they fed, cared, and
We all are very aware you did not want me. You don't need to tell people that. And you certainly don't need to throw this borderline tantrum on my birthday because it's not about you.
told him, Shenandoah 1 is the ultimate testament to the compassion and humanity of
My birthday's coming up and I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do. And I wanna cry. And I wanna go be drunk in the ditch. And I can't be drunk in the ditch because I'm not young enough to drink.
Still made it into old age. And the Neanderthal that didn't get severely injured and lived a good life certainly could live to their 60s, 70s, or even older. It's easy to think of
And I'm
Shenandoah
thinking
as
of
an
it.
exception.
I'm
A
so
joyful
sad.
man who was somehow permitted to live by his uncharacteristically
My
compassionate
birthday
tribe.
is never fun.
This is not the
And I
case.
end up crying
Other
myself
Neanderthal
to
remains
sleep
indicate that
because it
Neanderthals
always
cared for
ends
each
up
other
a
until
little
the final
depressing.
days.
No matter what I
Another
do.
Neanderthal fossil from Archipelago Saint France consists of a man
I
that
don't
was
wanna
50
cry.
years old missing most of his teeth. He also wasn't cared for by his people. It is fascinating to imagine that some Neanderthals would have lived even older, would have met their grandchildren, or even great-grandchildren. Our ancestors were around during the same
Hello.
times that Neanderthals, the vast majority of us lived in Africa.
No,
There's
I'm not. I have no
millions of
fucking
years
clue who that is.
We faced many of the same challenges as Neanderthals and likely have fairly similar life expectancy and lifespan. I'm not aware of any
I
fossils
want
that
to
go
jump
back
in a
millions of
hole
years
and
ago.
and I can't do that
We
at
have found a
all.
number of fossils that could live to old age, the most famous of which being Cro-Magnon 1. He's estimated to have lived into his 40s or 50s. He definitely was showing his age as he had severe arthritis and suffered from a genetic condition called neurofibromatosis type 1. He's cast into have large cysts or tumors on his face, which you can clearly see on his brow and cheeks. The other individuals found in the Cro-Magnon rock shelter were all of advanced age and showed evidence of healed traumatic injuries. These individuals were all cared for seemingly until their timely demise. The rock shelter has been interpreted as a burial site to use evidence of grave goods. None of these individuals seem to live past their 50s, though they were also suffering from serious injuries. Some upper Paleolithic people certainly made it into a later age. If you have watched any of my work on the European Upper Paleolithic, you would know that significant cultural and technological advancements were made during this period. And this may have allowed individuals to reach older ages than ever before. Life in the Paleolithic was still very difficult. It was during the end of the last glacial period, and many lived in cool environments chasing after megafauna. After the last glacial period ended, the earth warmed, and many species of megafauna went extinct. These changes would lead to what we call the Mesolithic. Without as many large animals, human cultures became less mobile and focused more on foraging and fishing in open environments. They still lived a hunter-gatherer lifestyle, and consequently their life expectancy would have been pretty similar to their ancestors from the Paleolithic. Though their ability to stay put for weeks or months may have allowed these individuals to reach an old age. Human life would fundamentally change with the Neolithic Revolution. The domestication of plants and animals allowed our ancestors to have a surplus of food and no longer live the difficult lives of hunter-gatherers. This This revolution happened in at least 7 different regions, and it spread all over the planet.
She's asleep. She heard her mother start crying because my birthday's happening soon, and she came in here and she fell asleep.
Larger Neolithic societies also like a class division, where the poor often had to work hard for a little food that was also not very nutritious. Evidence shows that life expectancy at birth during the Neolithic could be as low as 20 to 25 years in some regions, compared to the 30 to 35 years in many hunter-gatherer populations. Over time, these populations had to biologically adapt to surviving diseases such as tuberculosis. Eventually, these individuals developed stronger immune systems and their life expectancy would gradually increase. Nutritional deficiencies remain a major factor in limiting Neolithic life expectancies. Individuals who made it into adulthood may have been able to live longer than their hunter-gatherer ancestors. This was because a surplus of food made their survival much less of a burden on resources, and the sedentary lifestyle was much easier for the elderly. While these factors were in favor of the elderly, nutritional stress and infectious diseases would counteract them. Overall, the elderly were not
Agitating.
thick than prior periods.
So
In the Bronze Age, life expectancy was between 28 to 38, which is in the range of contemporary hunter-gatherers and likely living with fever. Hunter-gatherers lived, and some do still live, incredible lives. Death may lie behind every corner, and many don't make it to adulthood. The working few can enjoy long lives, even longer than many in modern society. The myth that hunter-gatherers hardly saw their 30th birthday is a misunderstanding that I hope you now see as false. Any given group of hunter-gatherers would have had individuals in their 40s, 50s, or even older. The elderly were valued for many reasons, and even be integral to the survival of the group. Fossils such as many C4 or Shannon or one shows that ancient people were compassionate and took care of their elders even if they were disabled. The elderly were therefore crucial to the story of our ancestors, the greatest story ever told. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed learning about the ones that came before. If you enjoyed this video,
you do not fucking know me.
or all the animals that Neanderthals ran into. Warning, these videos are extremely interesting. And also, don't forget to like and subscribe. Please comment any video ideas on what I should make next. This has been your host, Norfolk 2, and I'll see you in the next one. Arrivederci and adios.
Steve, this is
I'm not a bird. Never been a bird. Not a bird. Why the fuck would I be a bird? I need a snack. Fine. Goodbye. Since we want to compare me to birds, I don't think it's funny. I think it's mean. You can think I'm oversensitive for thinking it's mean, but we also make fun of my nose on a regular basis. If you don't correlate that, you shouldn't be here. If we cannot correlate why calling me a bird might make me fucking mad, when we make fun of my nose that I can't control on such a regular basis that it frankly is like my number one thing that gets commented about. I just want to take your skull in my hands and go snap. Once again, a language I don't understand. Isn't it great? Once again, nothing to do with the languages, nothing to do with the people, just very frustrated because I don't know what the fuck you're saying. It's sad that I have to explain that to people, that it's upsetting being spoken about in a language you don't understand, to your face. It's upsetting and honestly alarming. It's upsetting I have to explain that to people. Like, hey, if someone was speaking a language you didn't understand at your job to your face, you'd also be really confused and a little pissy. I need something to eat, but I'm not allowed to eat. That's great. my angry, apparently bird ass made some potatoes with some cheese and some bacon bits. Well, apparently my mother's going to make me a hot ham and cheese, which I hope she does because she said she's going to, but knowing her, she's probably going to forget. You know, as of course. Because why wouldn't you? Don't I know by now? Don't I know? You would think I would know, but some part of my brain wishes that I was wanted, or loved, or cared about, or people didn't forget my birthday, or people cared about my birthday, or didn't purposely make me cry on my birthday. That would all be very great. The closer it gets, and the more people just ignore it, the angrier I'm getting, and the more violent I'm getting. But you know, this is great because it's just gonna all fit in so well to my latest episode, where I literally am screaming and crying and throwing a fucking fit out of pure rage of me recreating something happening in my personal life. Because I need to get the anger out in a way that's not murder. You. She is making me one. This coffee right here, you fucking moron. This coffee right here in my cup, actively, you fucking moron. Have eyeballs. Have them. They're in your head. Clearly, because you can watch me and see me, and you're hearing me actively. I wanna cry. I wanna cry. So lucky now. It's all I want in my life is to cry. I thought I was my makeup and my makeup's turning out kind of okay. didn't want to eat my stupid food and have a slice of fucking meat. I'm just so depressed. Yeah, no shit. I was diagnosed, you fucking bitch. And I'm not on meds. And nobody ever makes an actual effort to make me happy, so no shit. I'm gonna be depressed all the time. I was diagnosed. They said it was bad. Clearly, it's been bad for a very long time. But, you know, who cares? Just keep yelling at the chick that can't be on the meds because she has PTSD from when they literally drugged her. sing a more somber. I'm doing it. Fuck you people, I don't care. I'm sad, and I'm always sad, and frankly, I'm tired of trying to figure out how to be happy because it's just not gonna happen. Where is it? What is this about? What about Nikola Tesla? I like Nikola Tesla. What is this about Nikola Tesla? For some reason, I've always liked him. I don't know why. You're so quiet. Get louder. My TV is quiet. Because of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? TV's too damn quiet for me to hear it.
According to family legend, the midwife said after giving birth, this child will be a child of darkness, to which his mother replied, no, he will be a child of light. Little did she know how prophetic those words would be. When Tesla was 5, he witnessed his older brother fall from a horse and later die. This would haunt him for the rest of his life. As a child, he began seeing visions accompanied by flashes of light, confusing what was real and what was imaginary. This never went away. The vision spurred his ability to conceive inventions in his head in such detail that he didn't even need to draw them out. He explained how the designs were perfected in his mind in an article in 1919. Invariably, my device works as I conceived that it should, and the experiment comes out exactly as I planned it. In 20 years, there has not been a single exception. Tesla credits his mom for his interest in invention. Juka Mondich invented small household appliances in her spare time. She had an eidetic memory, the ability to recall an image from memory with high precision, and she passed this on to her son. Tesla's father was a priest and wanted him to become one too, but Tesla was interested in engineering. When he contracted cholera as a teen and nearly died, his father promised to send him to engineering school if he survived, and miraculously he did. He went to study in Austria at the Technical College of Graz, where he's said to have worked from 3 a.m. until 11 p.m. every day. Professors were worried that he would die from exhaustion. Tesla had a beautiful mind. He could perform calculus in his head and spoke 8 languages. He was a good student at the start, but would not finish school. He dropped out after becoming addicted to gambling and cut ties with his family so they wouldn't find out. His friends didn't know what happened to him either. They thought he drowned in a river. Tesla moved around Europe and eventually ended up in Budapest working as an electrician at a telephone company. While walking around a park in the city one day, he had an epiphany about developing a new way of generating electricity using alternating current. It would be his greatest invention that would change the world. I'll explain more about AC a little later. In 1882, he settled in Paris to work for the French branch of Thomas Edison's electric company. He started off installing indoor lighting, but the managers noticed his talents and had him doing more complicated work, designing and building dynamos and motors. He was soon traveling throughout Europe, fixing problems at other Edison branches. 2 years later, in 1884, Tesla's manager offered him a job at Edison Machine Works in New York City. He agreed and arrived in America with only 4 cents in his pocket because his money was stolen on the boat ride over. Tesla initially had a good impression of Edison. Edison was also impressed by Tesla, later saying, I have had many hardworking assistants, but you take the cake. This mutual admiration didn't last. They would become bitter rivals. The 2 men disagreed over how electricity should be contained and delivered. Edison preferred direct current, which is a system where the electric charge only flows in one direction. Tesla was a fan of alternating direction periodically. Changing directions is crucial to maintaining a steady supply of electricity because it does not overpower outlets. This means it can provide more power and transmit power over longer distances. It's the reason AC powers our homes and other large appliances, whereas DC powers smaller items
You're
like
awake.
flashlights.
No,
But
wake her
Edison
up.
didn't care about
She's
AC
like, that doesn't
because
sound
he
like
could
mommy's
afford the
footsteps.
sales of
No,
direct
ma'am.
current since he owned all the patents
Winnie, you
for
were
DC.
whistling in your
According
sleep,
to Tesla,
and I was trying
a
to show
manager
her
at Edison's
because it
company offered
sounded
him a
like
$50,000
air
bonus
coming out of a
for
little
ordering some
bleep.
machines
It
that
was
ran on DC. When he did, the manager refused to pay up. Another account of the story has Edison telling Tesla, "You don't understand our American humor." Regardless of how it played out, Tesla quit and set off to form his own electric company the following year in 1885.
This is my sandwich.
But his investors showed little
Oh, it's
interest and decided to take the company and all of Tesla's patents, which they could do because Tesla had assigned the patents to the company in exchange for stock, which was now worthless. After losing his company, Tesla had to take a job digging ditches for $2 a day just to survive. But his fortunes would change. In 1887, Tesla invented an induction motor that ran on alternating current. The motor was the most efficient way to convert electricity to mechanical power. A version of it powers Tesla's vehicles, which took its name from the inventor. He patented the motor and showed it off the following year at the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. That caught the attention of George Westinghouse, a major player in the electric market who realized Tesla's AC motor might just be what he needed to complete his alternating current system and compete against Edison's DC system. So Tesla licensed the patents for the AC motor to Westinghouse for $60,000 and also received stock and royalties. Westinghouse hired him as a consultant for $2,000 a month, which is the equivalent of over $50,000 a month today. The war of the currents began. Edison tried hard to try to discredit Westinghouse and Tesla. He secretly financed the electric chair that used alternating current to prove how dangerous AC was.
I have
Edison's company also
a grilled
offered to
cheese
torture
with,
animals to
I believe,
prove
roasted
in
turkey of some
1903,
sort
they
in it.
electrocuted a circus elephant named Topsy and produced a film about it called Electrocuting an Elephant. Despite Edison's schemes, good things were happening for Westinghouse and Tesla. They underbid Edison and his newly formed company, General Electric, to illuminate the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago in 1893. The first all-electric fair celebrated the 400th anniversary of Christopher Columbus's discovery of America. It was clear to the 27 million people who attended that AC would power the future. Their success continued when they beat out Edison's General Electric again to build the world's first alternating current power plant in Niagara Falls. The hydroelectric power station was a massive success and helped light up
I
Buffalo,
see
New
nothing
York.
fucking wrong with my camera angle. You don't like it, you can come rearrange my bedroom and try to fix it.
Statue can be found at Niagara Falls today. Westinghouse and Tesla won the war of the currents, and direct current was being phased out. But there were problems. Westinghouse's company was running out of money and eventually went $10 million into debt. In 1897, he went to Tesla and asked if his royalties could be reduced in a desperate attempt to save the company. Tesla was so compelled by compassion for his friend that he ripped up his contract. He was grateful to Westinghouse for believing in him when no one else would. Tesla immediately walked away from $12 million in royalties, which in today's terms would be worth over $300 million. Had he held onto those royalties over time, he would have likely become the wealthiest person on the planet and the first person with $1 billion net worth. That act of compassion for his friend of tearing up his contract saved Westinghouse. In return, Westinghouse paid Tesla $216,000 for the rights to use his AC patents forever. This is the equivalent of about $6 million today. With that money, Tesla became financially independent and set up a series of laboratories in New York for new projects, where he was visited by the rich and famous, including his close friend and one of the greatest American writers of all time, Mark Twain. This was his period of many inventions. He held over 300 patents in his
Hi,
lifetime.
Mr. Bug.
He created an
There's
early
bug
version
outside.
of neon lighting, the
Bug.
Tesla turbine, a bladeless turbine for vehicles. He pioneered X-ray technology by experimenting with radiation. This is an X-ray of his own hand. Another standout invention was one of the first remote controls. In 1898, he controlled a miniature boat at Madison Square Garden in New York. It was so far ahead of its time that the crowd thought he was using magic to make it move. That would be the ancestor
I know.
of today's remote controlled drones. One of fire would be the turning point in his life that led to a downhill spiral. At the same time that he was working on radio, an Italian entrepreneur, Guglielmo Marconi, was also working on the radio in England. He tried to acquire patent rights in the US, but was turned down because it was too similar to Tesla's. However, things changed when Marconi was able to send the world's first transatlantic radio message in 1901 using 17 of Tesla's patents. Edison then threw his financial support behind Marconi. Tesla had no problem with Marconi's achievements, but in 1904, the US Patent Office suddenly changed its mind
There we go.
and awarded Marconi a
I
patent
made it nice
for
and
the
big on the
invention of
camera
radio.
so I can see.
There's never been a reason
Hi.
given for this decision, but the powerful financial backing Marconi received could explain it. Marconi went on to win the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1911, which was only possible due to Tesla's work. Tesla was furious and sued Marconi. The case dragged on in court for years and was only settled in Tesla's favor after his death. That radio incident negatively impacted the rest of Tesla's career. For example, Tesla was obsessed with bringing wireless communication to the world and built a huge wireless transmission station in Long Island, New York, called Wardenclyffe Tower. He imagined a world where we could send and receive messages wirelessly. He was, again, well ahead of his time. But financial backers did not have enough faith in his project. They pulled out and banked on Marconi's radio invention instead. This left Tesla in financial ruin. He had no choice but to abandon his dream project in 1905 and eventually lost Wardenclyffe Tower to foreclosure. Tesla's mental health deteriorated. He lived his last decade in a New Yorker hotel beginning in 1933. Westinghouse Corporation hired him as a consultant and paid for his room. He lived rent-free but died in debt. So why did one of the greatest inventors of all time fade into obscurity and die penniless? You could say Tesla was unlucky at times, like when the fire burned down his New York lab. But the main reason is because Tesla was not a capitalist. He made decisions that those with more business acumen would not have made, such as giving up his royalties for the AC motor. He wasn't concerned about money. He was concerned about the pursuit of science for the betterment of humanity. He wanted to change the world, and he did. Thanks in part to Elon Musk's company, people were starting to learn more about the man who inspired the company, a man whose inventions would power our entire planet. It's because of Tesla that modern society functions the way it does. Tesla's mother called him a child of light, and she was quite right.
Thanks so much for watching the story of Nikola Tesla. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm Cindy Hall.
Love
If you
Nikola
like what you
Tesla.
saw, subscribe to my new channel. I also
Modern look. Thick, absorbent layers. But these napkins.
He is the man
Ah!
who harnessed light.
Too loud!
He really is
History
the
Channel.
quintessential wizard. He
Love
envisioned
Nikola
new
Tesla.
technology
We're watching my Nikola Tesla
far
stuff.
before their time.
If you don't know, I sometimes when I go to bed, I drink my tea and I make my tea and I eat my melatonin and I take 2 really strong sleepy time teas and I lay down and I watch Nikola Tesla
Nikola
documentaries.
Tesla is considered one of the most innovative
That's
and
something I do
mysterious
sometimes.
men
That's
ever lived.
actually something I do.
But was he simply a
I
man
love
genius?
Nikola Tesla and I
Or were
love
his
the name
brilliance
Nikola and I also love the name
extraterrestrial
Nicholas, but
origins?
not with a K, with a C. It can't have a K. The K gives me an F.
Publicly proclaims this.
Millions of people around
If I
the world
ever,
believe
ever,
we have been visited
ever
in
a
the
day in my
past
life
by
had a son,
extraterrestrial beings.
God forbid, I do not want a son,
It were true.
but he's being named Nikola, and he,
Ancient aliens
if I'm like
really
actively
helped
trying for a
shape
child,
our
oh,
history.
born in July, I already share a birthday with Nikola
Is
Tesla.
there a
That
connection
child's going to
to
be
the
born like
genius
July
of
5th or
Nikola
something,
Tesla?
like in July, soon. Oh, I am not pregnant. I just realized what I said sounds like I'm pregnant. I'm not. That would be an awful choice in my life at the moment.
New York City, January 7th, 1943. Famed inventor Nikola Tesla dies of a heart attack on the 33rd floor of the Hotel New Yorker. Within hours of his body being discovered, his nephew arrives at room 3327 and discovers Tesla's remains, as well as his technical papers and notebooks, have already been removed. Speculation spreads that the Federal Bureau of Investigation had seized the items and quickly designated them top secret.
Nikola Tesla was completely paranoid about someone trying to kill him, and as soon as he died, U.S. government agents swooped in and confiscated all of his scientific papers. In a very short time, everything that he had been guarding with his life was gone.
The official story is that nothing of any great significance was found. It was just a lot of scientific papers and documents. However, there have been a lot of rumours over the years that the material that was recovered was profoundly significant in terms of a lot of highly advanced scientific concepts.
Just who was this mysterious figure known as Tesla? And why would his notebooks elicit so much interest from the United States government? The life of Nikola Tesla was a dramatic one from the very beginning. He was born at the stroke of midnight on July 10, 1856, during a violent lightning storm in what is now Croatia. It was during an electrical storm,
Yeah.
and the midwife saw this as a bad omen, but there was a flash of lightning. And Tesla's mother said, no, this will be a child of light. At an early age, Nikola Tesla showed a superior mind. He was already inventing things. He invented toys that used insects to power them. But he was fascinated by thunderstorms. And when he would see the lightning, he became fascinated with electricity. And he was determined that he was going to harness the power of the earth and the universe for the benefit of mankind. In 1881, after 8 years studying physics, math, and engineering at universities in Graz, Austria, and Prague, Tesla became an electrical engineer for a telephone company in Budapest. 3 years later, the 28-year-old moved to the United States and took a job in New York City, working for Thomas Edison. But very quickly, the two would become rivals in what became known as the War of the Currents.
Watch the Nikola Tesla documentary. I'm gonna go do a lap around my house.
With direct current, Tesla came along with alternating current, competing to win the right to harness Niagara Falls. That was the big prize. If you harness Niagara Falls, you would control all the power for the entire Northeast. In Edison's direct current distribution system, the steady stream of electricity would lose potency as it traveled down the line. This required power plants every half mile and could only supply enough power to light bulbs. Tesla designed a far more sophisticated system, utilizing alternating current, which could easily be manipulated along the way, allowing for not only light bulbs to be powered, but also other electric devices. Using Niagara Falls as a hydroelectric power source, Tesla's system could illuminate the entire Northeast. It'd be like comparing a horse and buggy to a jet plane. Tesla had the jet plane, Edison had the horse and buggy. There is no comparison at all. Tesla had a quantum leap ahead. Edison criticized Tesla's model as highly dangerous in an effort to ensure that his system won out. He even went so far as holding public demonstrations using alternating current to electrocute cats and dogs.
I had to walk around the house.
And even a rogue
Because
elephant.
I got a little jumpy.
But Nikola Tesla's superior AC power system ultimately prevailed. And today, it still remains the foundation of the world's power grid.
Tesla allowed
electricity from being kind of a useful thing to being a universal thing that could be used all throughout society.
Nikola Tesla is one of the most amazing geniuses mankind has ever known. His ideas went far and beyond what was accepted at the time. If it hadn't been for Tesla, we would be living in very different times. But Nikola Tesla not only efficiently electrified the world, his legacy includes groundbreaking work on electric railroads, fluorescent and neon lights, wireless radio communications, X-ray, remote control, turbine engines, speedometers, helicopters, and even torpedoes. By the time of his death, Tesla held nearly 700 worldwide patents.
Nikola Tesla was one of the world's greatest inventors. Tesla was like Leonardo da Vinci. He had the mind of a futurist, and he was able to do incredible things.
You have a great mustache.
During Nikola Tesla's time, the Industrial Revolution was firmly taking hold. Factories using steam and coal power replaced manual labor. Hundreds of thousands of miles of railway and roads were built, dramatically changing the landscape of society. But this extraordinary innovation came at a price, a complete disregard for the environment.
Apparently.
Nikola Tesla
I mean, Leonardo was what? Like a physical artist in the sense of paint, and Nikola Tesla was a mental artist in the sense of he knew how things ticked.
If you have a technology
So yeah, I guess so. That's really cool.
that's not progress. But just how is it that
I'm Nikola
was
Tesla.
so far ahead of his time? For decades, the forward-thinking inventor, a man shrouded in mystery, has fascinated scholars and researchers. Tesla came from a very strange area. Actually, wasn't too far from Pennsylvania. He was tall and thin. He spoke 11 or 12 different languages. And he does these fantastic inventions and fantastic performances. So he had this mystique about him.
Nikola Tesla was fucking hot.
At a time which, coincidentally, coincides with an ancient Zoharic prophecy that speaks about opening up the gates of wisdom upon the earth. And who's born at this time? Nikola
Hi,
Tesla,
birds!
Albert Einstein. This is the beginning of so many things.
What are we up to? Do we know what's gonna storm? Oh, there's about
What
4
could
of you.
there really be
Maybe
something
3?
more to the prophecies, rumors, and wild speculations surrounding Nikola Tesla? Something
I'm
perhaps
watching my bird
even
friends.
otherworldly.
Throughout history, there have been various
I see
prophets
you,
and
see you.
scientists that have really affected the human evolution, like Einstein, Galileo, Copernicus, and Tesla is definitely one of these type of people. We have to wonder if these people are somehow involved in some larger plan of influence on humanity as a whole.
Not
Some
really, but I'm
researchers
never
into
okay, so
Tesla
it's fine.
think that he was some
But my
kind
bird
of
friends are
special
outside.
human receiver.
All these little birds,
And
they
if that's
hang
the
out in my
case,
yard.
we have someone
Are you
who
doing
will
okay?
be ETs
Are you okay?
for helping
What are
to
you?
move along
What kind of
and
bird are you?
develop the amazing
Aw.
inventions that light the world today.
Are you some sort of hummingbird? You
Is it
kind of look like a
possible
dove.
that Tesla knew he was on a mission?
I'm talking to my bird
Was
friends,
he
guys. I'm
attempting
sorry, I'm gonna
to
ignore you
up-level
now.
our technology to the
Bye.
point at which we would be capable of having all of the abilities of those who in
It's
ancient
like I'm
times
gonna
were
play
called
install.
gods.
Is it possible, as some ancient
Is that a bird or
astronaut
is that a
theorists
bird?
suggest,
I don't
Nikola
know.
Tesla
It might
was
be a
being
bird.
influenced by extraterrestrials? Extraterrestrials
All you can see is
on a
me
mission
bending over
to
all my
advance
pillows to talk to the
mankind.
birds. Is it a bird?
Perhaps
I
answers can be
see
found by
a
further
bird
examining the inspiration
color and shape,
behind
but
one
it's
of
next to
Tesla's
a leaf. It's
greatest
like,
achievements.
oh, who flew by? There's all these birds, and they hang out in my yard, along with this family of bunnies and this dog, I guess, that's wild or something, that keeps coming and shitting in our yard. Anyway, but yeah, there's a whole zoo in my backyard, and I love them all so much. We have frogs and lizards also that hang out. We had hawks at some point. I don't know where they went. I think someone chopped down the tree they were living in. But we have bunnies and like every single like breed of type of bird ever. And we have snakes and spiders and we have so much stuff, and so many of them, I guess, know that my family won't like hurt them, so they have all kind of flocked into our yard, sort of. I talk to them. I talk to all the birds and the friends and the such, because like they're just little guys, and like you can call me crazy for doing that. But I also rescued like 2 turtles in June for some reason. So shut the fuck up.
Cambridge,
Isn't it
Massachusetts.
bird? What are you? I have to get on the window.
Massachusetts Institute of Technology is home to some of the world's greatest minds. MIT
Oh, it's a piece of
researchers
wood.
are on the forefront of innovation, including the development of wireless
Hi,
transmission
bird.
of power.
Oh yeah, that also reminds me. There's crows. We have crows and we have doves, which are odd things to be living in your yard. But we have crows and we have doves, and I want to train the crows to be my friends.
Have fallen short. But in
I want to
2007,
train the crows so they
MIT
follow me
researchers
around.
were able to safely transmit power wirelessly 7 feet across a room. A feat heralded as a first step to cutting the power cord. Incredibly, a world in which all electrical devices would be automatically powered at all times, requiring no charging or wires, was envisioned more than a century earlier by inventor Nikola Tesla.
Oh, and we have a family of
And by some
squirrels.
accounts, he was close to actually achieving that goal.
We have a family of squirrels that also live out here in the trees near our house, like on our property. And we have a family of bunnies. And there's this bird, he has a girlfriend, they hang out around here. We have a lot of little couples of birds. Oh my god, there's these 2 ducks that come by during mating season. And they're so cute. And I swear on my fucking life that they are like very used to us. Oh yeah, one of my neighbors at some point had guineas for some reason, which are like teeny, kind of blue turkeys, I guess. And they would just let you walk with them. It was weird, because they'd be out, loose, on their own, in the neighborhood. And they like belonged to somebody, and I guess they'd come home whenever they like heard a bell or something.
In fact, creating a wireless circuit with the ground. If so, the bulbs would light up.
These light bulbs were being lit. So he was able to establish that he could transmit electrical power over great distances. But he did keep it a secret. He even kept the mechanics a secret from his assistant, who didn't totally know all the details of what he was doing.
Shore of New York, 1901. Tesla convinces banker J.P. Morgan to give him $150,000 for the construction of a radio station. But instead, he uses the money to build a giant wireless transmitter he calls Wardenclyffe Tower.
Wardenclyffe was 187 feet to the top, but it also went 120 feet down into the ground. And Tesla had envisioned receiving stations which would look just like the Wardenclyffe Tower at different nodal points around the Earth. So you jump energy by means of wireless from station to station. He even thought that he could eventually use the same system to jump power to different planets.
But Tesla's dream of creating a highly efficient broadcast of wireless electricity was cut short when in 1904, its funder, J.P. Morgan, discovered
Why did I
Tesla's
comment on
true
that big
intentions to provide free power to everyone on the planet. With lack of additional funding, by 1908, the project was completely abandoned. And in 1917, the tower was demolished.
No company, no corporation wants to give away its technology freely. So Tesla was shut down so that the world wouldn't have free energy.
But just how was Tesla able to transmit electricity wirelessly for several miles when modern scientists
Hi,
can only
Tesla.
manage 7 feet? Tesla credited his many inventions to the ability to realize them entirely in his mind. He also described experiencing intense flashes of light, which were followed by moments of intense creativity and clarity.
He would see an invention appear before his eyes in almost holographic detail. He said that he could rotate these visions, take them apart piece by piece, and he knew exactly how he was going to build these inventions based on his visionary experiences.
One of his greatest creations is the rotating magnetic field, and that came in a flash of intuition. He felt that we were receivers, that all impulses came from the outside, and that we worked on these impulses. So he doesn't believe that they come from dreams or inner visions. He really felt that we were, in a sense, self-propelled robots.
Some ancient astronaut theorists believe there may be another explanation for Tesla's uncanny abilities and mysterious visions. They suggest these spontaneous episodes are proof that Tesla was receiving information from an otherworldly source.
These images would literally burst into his mind. Somehow, somewhere, some connection was made. That's the same way the biblical prophets received their prophecy. Nikola Tesla was clearly in touch with something.
You have to wonder if extraterrestrials themselves were feeding him images of inventions that only he could understand.
Nikola Tesla felt there was a knowledge base located somewhere in the universe that all of humanity could tap into if they just knew how to properly tune their mind to this knowledge base.
Is it possible Nikola Tesla was actually being fed images to assist him in furthering mankind? And if so, could Tesla have tapped into an ancient source of knowledge? Perhaps even rediscovering technology that may have been used before.
We have these stories of towers that might have relayed energy, that the obelisks that we can find all around the world, that they at some point were all connected and that they were feeding off the Earth's magnetic grid. It's been discovered in ancient Egyptian temples and tombs, carvings that look suspiciously like modern day light bulbs and Tesla coils.
Was there a certain technology and energy system of ancient times that we still have remnants of today? Giant pyramids, obelisks, huge standing stones and towers. Perhaps they were all part of some extraterrestrial, huge energy system.
Was Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower meant to connect to an ancient energy grid, powered not only by the Earth, but eventually by other planets as well? And if so,
What was
is it
that?
possible Nikola Tesla
I got a
was
notification about
communicating
something.
with advanced celestial beings that visited Earth thousands of years ago?
Hi.
Perhaps
There's
further clues
36
can be
of us
found
in here.
with the mysterious radio transmissions Tesla claimed he received in 1899 from outer space. Colorado Springs,
Hi everyone.
July 1899.
Delicious cat under me. There's a delicious
While testing a
baby.
magnifying transmitter built to track storms, Nikola Tesla claims he received some sort of transmission from an unknown source.
One night he was tracking thunderstorms 600 miles away, but all of a sudden he heard these beeps. And it was 3 beats in sequence. And so it was mathematical, and it didn't make any sense to him. And the more he thought about it, he thought that they came from outer space, perhaps from the Martians.
Oh, I love Nikola Tesla.
Its orbit brings it close to the Earth periodically, about once every 1.8 years. And at one of those close encounters, he believed he was picking up signals from Mars.
It most likely had a radio receiver that was sensitive enough to receive radio waves, as we now know, come from galaxies and lots of different extraterrestrial sources. So he interpreted them as signals from ETs. But perhaps he had an open channel that we really still don't understand today.
Tesla believed it's absurd to think with the only
Y'all are learning a lot about my deep love for Nikola Tesla. I love him so much. It makes me so depressed that we're not living in the same lifetime. Like, yeah, he'd be like 100 and something years old. But also, we share a birthday. We share a birthday, and I like him.
Turn your pastime into your full time. Your personal style into your signature brand. Do it yourself. Create your website on Wix.
Ugh, you again.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. From the Kelly Blue Book Best Value Brand. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
A lot of folks call Myrtle Beach the beach. Why? Well, they can tell you themselves.
Myrtle Beach should burn.
Tesla reported this otherworldly communication and proclaimed his belief in extraterrestrials in February of 1901 in an article for Collier's Weekly titled Talking with the Planets. Tesla became obsessed with trying to receive
And your face looks idiotic as
radio
fuck.
communications from other planets. Based on these transmissions that Tesla was receiving, he developed a theory that this extraterrestrial presence had been on Earth for a millennium, that these extraterrestrials had been controlling mankind from the very beginning.
How far did these communications go? Did it lead to the point where he was actually able to receive useful information that was helping him build his inventions? Many believe that this is what happened, and that Tesla had direct contact through the things he'd invented with extraterrestrial intelligence.
But the shocking revelation was shunned by Tesla's scientific peers and led many to deem him a mad scientist.
So you have Nikola Tesla electrifying the world, literally. Then, about the time that he had a falling out with J.P. Morgan, a very powerful man, he also had a legendary falling out with Edison,
That was his
another legendary
friends.
powerful man.
It's so sad.
It came out that he was trying to perhaps signal the planet Mars, and
Those were his buddies.
I think, to try and discredit him.
That makes me sad.
In the early 1900s,
It's so
it was
sad.
rumored that Tesla was being considered to receive the Nobel Prize,
Okay.
but mysteriously, he never did.
Oh,
Even today,
Nikola.
scientists don't take it into account the way they should.
it's so sad.
Tesla talked about atoms working like solar systems, and that light can work as a wave and a particle. Einstein got a Nobel Prize for saying light worked like a particle, and Bohr and Rutherford got a Nobel Prize for saying that atoms were like little solar systems. So why is he removed from the history of quantum physics when he really belongs at the heart of it?
Nikola, Tesla, my
Treated
poor
by
baby.
physicists, and part of the reason is his attachment to extraterrestrials.
Was Nikola Tesla simply letting his imagination get the better of him? Or is it possible he really was in contact with extraterrestrial beings?
If he was, they're probably mad. Like, hey, you screwed over our friend.
Housing more than 160,000 documents, the Nikola Tesla Museum offers rare insight into some of Tesla's future plans, including what some believe to be drawings of
of spaceships. According to historians, Tesla began work on his flying machine in 1910, focusing on the use of field propulsion or anti-gravity. It is believed Tesla had discovered that high amounts of electricity could actually create lift in an object.
Throughout the 1920s and 30s, Tesla continually talked about anti-gravity ships that could derive power from his Wardenclyffe towers that were going to be broadcasting power. He claimed that these ships did not have wings or fuel, they were completely electric.
But were Tesla's designs truly the first of their kind? Or is it possible, as ancient astronaut theorists suggest, that similar vehicles had already visited the planet in the remote past?
In the ancient Indian epics, the Vedas, we find references of vimanas, those flying chariots that were used by the gods in order to travel from point A to point B. Some of these vimanas were able to alter direction at the drop of a hat without any effort. So now reading this from a modern-day perspective would suggest that some type of anti-gravity device was used. You could link this from the ancients to the modern world with the modern UFO phenomenon. And so the idea that Tesla might have worked on an anti-gravity device is very plausible to me.
Are the depictions of flying machines in ancient Hindu texts, like the Mahabharata, really prove that Tesla had received otherworldly knowledge in order to design anti-gravity spaceships? And if the so-called mad scientist actually did make contact with extraterrestrials, is it possible he continued to carry out their wishes in secret? Palo Alto, California,
Hi, Palo Alto.
2013.
Oh!
A Silicon Valley startup's all-electric sports car wins Motor Trend's Car of the Year. It's one of the most fuel-efficient vehicles on the planet, produces no emissions, and can go from 0 to 60 miles per hour in 4 seconds. The Model S energizes the electric car industry and reintroduces its namesake to the world stage, Tesla.
It's interesting to think in 1931, Tesla told reporters that he had converted a Pierce Arrow car into a completely electric car. Tesla showed them the car. He drove it around. It went as fast as 90 miles per hour. When you look at many of the inventions that Tesla talked about and even patented were eventually developed.
The list of technologies that can be traced back to the drawing board of Nikola Tesla is endless. Modern humanoid robotics, solar and wind power, weather manipulation, drones,
That looks so much better
and
compared to the other color.
planetary exploration vehicles. Getting as little as just 2 hours of
Thank
sleep
you.
per day, the inventor's sole purpose on Earth appeared to be geared toward one end: advancing technology for the future of the human race.
He always had his eye on the future. And further, he was trying to shape the future through his inventions.
See, Tesla was not unique in this. Many of the founders, leaders of religion also were compelled by inner experiences which pushed them to materialize these things in the world. So, in a religious context, we would say that a religious leader is in touch with something divine. In a scientific context, we wouldn't necessarily use the word divine, but yet, somehow, somewhere, people are being contacted, receiving communications, which are leading to the clear introduction of new things in humanity.
I wish someone would like live time,
Tesla seemed to have this
like translate stuff that y'all say to me, because I don't speak any other languages other than English, and it makes me very upset because I love you all so much and I want to know what you're talking about.
mission possibly with a greater plan under the influence of extraterrestrials.
No, it's fine to ask that. Don't restrict it. I think you might have gotten automatically restricted. Can I undo that?
Astronaut theorists suggest
Oh, I can't. That's annoying.
might further clues be found in what some believe to be the rantings of a madman. By the time Nikola Tesla moved into his final home, the Hotel New Yorker, in January 1934, he had become better known for his eccentricities than his inventions. He reportedly was an extreme germaphobe, preferred to work in almost complete darkness, and was also obsessed with the number 3.
Tesla was definitely interested in numerology, and he was very superstitious. He had to circle.
I also really like the room because it doesn't look plain. Thank you. Oh my god. You know what would be so cute if y'all decorate your rooms like mine? Thank you so much. I've never liked plain. Plain makes me very sad. And I think that's something a lot of people can experience, but they don't know how to articulate it. Especially in stuff happening right now. Like, we are on the borderline of a recession right now. We do not need everything to be fucking beige. Yeah, depressing. Like, let's make everything beige. That's a great idea. Jesus Christ. Let's not do that. That's awful.
Larger pyramids, 3 and 3. Similarly, we find lots of evidence that nature uses threefold and sixfold symmetry, including the hexagonal tile shape of the common honeycomb. These shapes are in nature, and the ancients emulated these shapes in the building of their sacred architecture. So Tesla's quote is neatly mirrored in the actual archaeological evidence that we find in many ancient architectural sites around the world.
Could the numbers 3, 6, and 9 really offer clues to the inner workings of the universe? If so, is it possible that Tesla uncovered this profound secret and used this knowledge to push the boundaries of science and technology? Perhaps the answer can be found by examining Tesla's most controversial invention.
People who said they've had Domino's stuffed crust pizza before to compare it to our new stuffed crust. Only Domino's has never had stuffed crust before. Until now. Introducing Domino's new and first ever stuffed crust pizza. Try one for the first time tonight.
New York City.
I've seen you paint on the walls at other lives, and it just looks so pretty. Do you often paint? Yeah, I've painted, honestly, probably close to every day for years now, and before that, I was always a very sketchy person. Like, I was always drawing something, always designing something, always doing something.
To bring down a fleet of 10,000 enemy airplanes as far as 250 miles away.
Tesla apparently discovered that he could direct a stream of plasma plus solid particles for long distances through the air and kind of direct a lightning bolt. And he called this a death ray. Tesla wanted to invent a machine that would knock out enemy aircraft in the air. You would point it to the skies, turn it on, and all of a sudden those planes would just fall like that.
Tesla felt that if every country had a particle beam weapon, then no country would ever be invaded because planes would be shot down and ships would be sunk. So he was trying to sell this particle beam weapon to the U.S. government during World War II. And I think Franklin Roosevelt was basically looking at two possibilities. Einstein was discussing the possibility of an atom bomb. Tesla was discussing the possibility of a particle beam weapon. Although the death ray announcement failed to ignite interest by the U.S. War Department, some say other innovative work by Tesla did catch their attention. Earlier in his career, while conducting research with one of his transformer coils, Nikola Tesla had a near-death experience when he came in contact with a resonating electromagnetic charge of 3.5 million volts.
Tesla was working with 60-foot lightning bolts, and he made a mistake, and he almost got electrocuted, and he couldn't get out, and he had to get one of his workers to stop the lightning from happening, and he barely escaped with his life, and because of the shock that he had a revelation.
Tesla said that he entered a state of timelessness, and he could see the past and the future and the present all at once. This mystic vision, but he was paralyzed and he couldn't do anything about it. Tesla was being essentially electrocuted, and right then his assistant cut to him. But what Tesla said it had done was moved him through time and space.
But is it really possible Tesla had found a way to break through the space-time continuum? Ancient astronaut theorists believe the answer might be found by looking at what has become known as the Philadelphia experiment. According to reports, right before Tesla's death, he was working with Albert Einstein and the United States Navy at the Philadelphia Naval Yard to create an electromagnetically charged invisibility cloak for the USS Eldridge.
They were attempting to do a stealth technology. And apparently they mounted a bunch of Tesla coils to make a bunch of plasma around a ship. And this is well known to help hide things from radar. But something very unexpected happened. The ship didn't just disappear from radar. It disappeared completely. And then reappeared with some of the crew actually embedded in the metal of the ship.
Although mainstream scientists believe the so-called Philadelphia experiment is a hoax, some insist the account is authentic.
We have leaked testimony from classified levels of secrecy in the U.S. government. The Philadelphia experiment was real, that the soldiers on that ship got disoriented, and they ended up walking into the hull. And when the ship then rematerialized in our reality, their bodies melded with the metal in the hull.
Had Tesla really discovered a way to travel through time and space? If so, might the secrets behind this technology, along with the blueprints for Tesla's death beam, have been included in the scientific documents that the FBI allegedly confiscated upon his death? Ancient astronaut theorists believe evidence of this might be found with the modern world's most sophisticated new weaponry. The Singapore Air Show, February 2014. An Israeli arms company known as Rafael Advanced Defense Systems reveals details of a laser defense system capable of shooting missiles from the sky with a pulse of energy. The futuristic military hardware is called Iron Beam.
The concept of Iron Beam is essentially a high-energy laser that is designed to rapidly...
There's dark spots in
target
the stuff, so I'm going over it. I'm going to repaint it.
Anything that could launch an attack on a city could be literally destroyed in the sky by Iron Beam. It sounds very much like Tesla's death ray.
Hello everyone. I need to charge my phone.
That Tesla was talking about in the 1920s and 30s of using these beam weapons to shoot down missiles and projectiles.
The War Department sided with Einstein and Oppenheimer seeing is that Israel is developing this iron beam technology because they realized that atomic weapons were far too destructive. Is it possible that Tesla developed a time viewing or time travel technology and that he became aware of these developments?
Tesla was once quoted as saying, "The present is theirs, but the future for which I have really worked is mine." Did Tesla, in fact, see into the future? Might iron beam be proof that plans for the death ray not only existed, but also may have even been confiscated and carried out by the United States
Wallpaper?
government?
Jesus.
There are those who believe that Nikola Tesla was not only in contact with extraterrestrials, but was sent here to Earth by them.
Thank you to my friend that corrected his ass.
One of the big questions is, who is Tesla?
You think someone's making this type of wallpaper? You think someone's making this type of wallpaper? Well, wallpaper. Jesus.
Great artist, Tesla saw himself as an artist. The other thing is, he was a creative artist, and Tesla certainly felt that he was working along his lines. There is an agenda tonight. There is a plan. That every generation, whatever power is that's behind the plan, sends to Earth certain specific souls who are by
I know.
birth more inclined and able to be receptors to the higher knowledge.
You have to wonder if Tesla was transplanted to Earth by extraterrestrials in order to envision and invent all of these amazing devices.
If extraterrestrials put Tesla in place for a specific purpose, did they accomplish what they hoped to achieve? The answer may be no, because if Tesla's technologies had been openly acknowledged here on Earth, we could have greened the deserts, we could be desalinating ocean water with tabletop energy levels, we could have a totally new and different world in which we don't have to pay for energy, in which we have anti-gravity craft, in which we have teleportation technology, and in which we truly have become a golden age here on Earth. That has not happened.
Is it possible that Nikola Tesla really was influenced by other worldly beings? Might
Oh,
have been
thank you.
inspired
He
to
has a
carry
little
out an
girlfriend behind the
extraterrestrial
TV.
experiment, as some
She's
ancient
purple.
astronaut theorists suggest. And could it be that mankind was not ready to receive this advanced knowledge? Perhaps. But if such an audacious notion is true, then is it possible that we are now on the threshold of completing his experiment? And in doing so, might we reconnect not only with Tesla's genius, but with an alien intelligence that stretches throughout the galaxy?
Homo Toyota of Prosperous Service Department keep your Toyota in optimal condition. Enjoy our amenities in our beautiful guest lounge while our factory-trained technicians take care of your vehicle. Schedule your appointment today. Homo Toyota of Prosperous, located on 380 near T&T.
The man known to history as Nikola Tesla was born on the 10th of July 1856 in Smiljanica, which was originally part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire but is now located in Croatia. His father was Milutin Tesla, a priest of the Serbian Orthodox Church and the son of Nikola Tesla's grandfather, who was also named Nikola. His grandfather had served as a military officer for the French Empire during the Napoleonic Wars and had risen to the rank of sergeant before marrying Tesla's grandmother, Anna Kalinich, the daughter of a respected colonel. Following the defeat of Napoleon, Nikola Tesla returned to Liga, which was assimilated into the Austro-Hungarian Empire, where he fathered two sons, including Milutin and his brother Joseph, as well as three daughters named Stanka, Yanya, and another whose name is unknown. Milutin Tesla and his brother were sent to the Austrian Military Officers Training Academy to follow the career path of their father, and while Joseph thrived, eventually becoming a professor of mathematics at a military academy in Austria, where he authored several standard mathematical textbooks, Milutin decided instead to choose a devotional path, enrolling in the Orthodox seminary in Pulaski to train as a priest, after being castigated in training for not maintaining the shininess of his brass buttons. Nikola Tesla's mother was Juka Mandic, the daughter of a priest from Grajac called Nikola Mandic, and the sister to three very successful brothers, including Nikolai, who climbed the ecclesiastical ranks to become the Archbishop of Sarajevo and the Metropolitan of the Serbian Orthodox Church in Bosnia, Pajo, who became a colonel in the general staff of the Austrian army, and finally Trifon, who excelled in the business sphere as a respected hotelier and landowner. In addition to being a dedicated housewife, Juka Mandic possessed a keen intellect and a strong work ethic, and was herself an innovator of her household appliances, which she often modified to make more efficient. She was an inventor of the first order, according to Tesla, and a creative influence on him until her death in 1892. Milutin Tesla was a gifted student and graduated with top honors in 1845, marrying the 25-year-old Juka Mandic in 1847, after being delegated to oversee the parish of Serbia on the Adriatic coast. Settling into a house perched on top of a cliff overlooking the ocean, the newlyweds started a family, with Juka giving birth to their eldest son Dane in 1848, a firstborn daughter Angelina in 1850, and finally another daughter, Milka, in
Why are you
1852.
mad about me?
However, due to the poor pay he received and the salty sea air which caused him health problems, Milutin Tesla was reassigned to the Church of St. Apostles Peter and Paul in Smiljan, which meant the place of sweet basil, in the province, where he was provided with a picturesque farmhouse, a parcel of fertile land, and even an Arabian horse, so that he could ride to see his parishioners. It was given to him by a Turkish Pasha based in Bosnia as a reward for assisting some local Muslims. As well as being an extremely smart man who assembled a vast library packed full of volumes on religion, mathematics, science, and literary works in many different tongues, Milutin Tesla was also an arduous reformer of the Serbian people, regularly writing articles for a variety of newspapers and tirelessly promoting the establishment of language schools where Serbians could learn to read and write. According to his family, Nikola Tesla
You said good morning. I said good morning. Jesus Christ.
July 1856, in the middle of a terrific thunderstorm. 3 days later, Nikola was baptized at his family home, and with his future seemingly already planned, he was also enlisted as a member of the 1st Vika Regiment of the 9th Medak Company, a squadron he was to join when he was 15 years old by law. By all accounts, Tesla's childhood was happy, and one he shared with his older siblings, as well as his younger sister Maritza, born in 1859, who would often accompany him to the churchyard or the farmyard to play with the chickens, geese, sheep, and other livestock which his father kept. Tesla was often joined by his black cat, Machak, who first introduced him to the phenomenon that would define his life's work after he set off a loud spark upon stroking him, an event which was explained by his father as a secretion of electricity. In another formative experience, again involving Machak, Tesla noted one day how a halo of light suddenly surrounded his dear cat, illuminating briefly the candlelit
It's stuff
room
about
in the
Nikola
city.
Tesla.
Inspired by such marvels, Tesla devoted much of his energy as a child to experimenting, and encouraged by his mother's inventive streak, drew up plans for flying machines, very similar to how a helicopter would later function. He disassembled clocks to see how they worked, and even designed himself a wooden sword so he could pretend to be a valiant Serbian warrior. Behind the fascination, however, lay a troubled young mind, as Tesla revealed that, as a young boy, he suffered from a strange affliction whereby he couldn't distinguish images from reality, which troubled him greatly. Tesla's childhood trauma was exacerbated by the death of his older brother
Love Nikola
in
Tesla.
1863,
Love it.
who was killed in front of Tesla by the family's Arabian horse in a traumatic experience that would endlessly haunt him, and which was also the reason why his distraught father moved his family from the idyllic Croatian countryside to the larger town of Gospic, an unfamiliar environment where Tesla struggled to adjust to urban living. The untimely passing of Dane cast a long shadow over Tesla's own relationship with his father, who, mired in grief, always underappreciated the talents of his youngest son, a neglect that young Nikola tried to compensate for by striving to be perfect in everything he did so that he could win back the love of his parents. Blinded by sorrow, Nikola Tesla treated his young son with
Be back.
contempt, flying into rages when he
Sorry.
caught him reading from his private library, and on one particularly hurtful occasion, after Nikola had accidentally ruined a local noblewoman's dress by unintentionally jumping on it as it trailed down the aisle of a church, he slapped his son across the face in public as a punishment. As a result of his strained relations, Tesla developed a series of peculiar phobias as a child, such as a repulsion for women who wore earrings and pearls, a strong aversion to hair, a loathing for the smell of camphor, as well as a number of other strange habits, including an obsession with counting his steps and measuring in volume the contents of his meals, calculations he was only satisfied with if they were divisible by 3. Overwhelmed by a plethora of odd neuroses, Tesla was able to regain some sense of balance after he came across a novel called Abafi, published in 1836 by Hungarian author Nikola Tesla, which featured the story of Oliver Abafi, a young, impulsive nobleman and hedonist, recast as a valiant national hero who sacrifices himself for the well-being of the country. Tesla was particularly inspired by the character of the protagonist, seen in his desire to better his moral character while ignoring frivolous distractions, a masterful example of self-restraint, which showed Tesla that it was indeed possible for him to control his wild emotions. Tesla realized that a good coping strategy was to work with, rather than against, the nebulous visions that assaulted his consciousness, and delving even deeper into the make-believe world of his imagining, Tesla began to embark on strange journeys where he would stumble across fantastical countries, people and cities that he dreamed up. As Tesla honed that untamed imagination that would later serve him so well in his profession, he began theorizing about the nature of reality itself, coming to the conclusion that he could trace all of his mental images back to something he either saw, smelt, or touched in an early echo of the mechanistic view of the world he would later espouse. It was also an idea that had real-life application for Tesla, who, on one occasion, was extolled as a hero by a band of firemen after he spotted a small kink in a fire hose he instinctively knew was preventing water from reaching a burning building, a problem he quickly fixed by ironing the groove out. Tesla's ingenuity would be further fostered at the Real Gymnasium, the grammar school he attended in Gospic, where he would amaze his mathematics professors by demonstrating a natural ability to calculate numbers. But while he excelled in scientific pursuits, Tesla was unable to translate his talents to drawing class, where a preference for undisturbed contemplation distracted Tesla heavily, leading to grades that were so extremely poor, his father had to speak with the principal, which instilled in a young Nikola a lifelong aversion to diagrams.
Big deal, double side smash with Rudolf pickles. Whoa, that was close.
You combed through every last piece of evidence. You made profound, impossible connections. All the while, you were simply knowing, oh, there's more to imagine than this.
Get 2.9% APR for 60 months on a 2025 Cadillac Lyriq. My secret to luminous skin? It's in this box. The all-new Olay Super Serum Body Wash with all of our favorite skincare ingredients. It transforms your skin from dull to luminous in just 14 days. Try Olay Super Serum Body Wash with 5 skincare vitamins all at once.
During his schooling at the Real Gymnasium, Tesla began to take invention seriously, devising the schematics for a flying machine that would use the pressure of a vacuum to push air molecules, a concept that a grown-up Tesla would later go on to disprove. Shortly after he graduated from the Real Gymnasium in 1870, Tesla, perhaps because of his overactive imagination, became very sick with a range of maladies sufficiently serious enough for the doctors treating him to nearly give up on his case entirely. Throughout his recuperation, Tesla began voraciously reading, and it was during this period that he was first introduced to the tales of Mark Twain. It was a story he would later recount to Mark Twain himself, who burst into tears upon hearing it. After a period of convalescence, Nikola Tesla was next enrolled at the Higher Real Gymnasium in Karlovac in 1873, where, in accordance with his father's wish for Tesla to continue the family profession, he was enlisted in classes at the local seminary. However, Tesla's true desire was to learn everything he could about electricity, a passion ignited by an inspirational physics teacher who taught him about the radiometer invented by British scientist William Crookes, a device that powered a vacuum bulb with energy produced by 4 rapidly spinning tinfoil vanes. This roused Tesla to conduct some of his first experiments with batteries, induction coils, and electrostatic generators. Yet Tesla would have to put some of his projects on hold after again falling seriously ill with cholera upon his return home to Gospic, causing the young prodigy to be bedridden for over 9 months and to experience several close shaves with death. After one particularly worrying incident, Tesla supposedly implored his father that if he were to study engineering instead of entering the priesthood, that he may well recover, causing Milutin, desperate to avoid the unbearable pain of losing another son, to solemnly promise that Nikola would go to the best technical institution in the world. Having finally been heard, Tesla made a miraculous recovery, but before he could become a student, he was sent to the Croatian mountains with nothing but a bundle of books and some hunting equipment by his father, who, worried for his son's health, did everything in his power to hide his son from the authorities, as by law, Tesla would have to serve in the Austrian armed forces for 3 years. For 9 months, starting in the early fall of 1874, Tesla wandered the forests and lakes of the Eastern European countryside, becoming stronger physically and mentally as he thought deeply about invention, reshaping the vividness of his visions from a debilitating weakness into a powerful contemplative tool that could be used to flesh out the contraptions that flashed across his mind, such as a pipe installed underwater that could transport letters and packages placed in capsules using the principles of hydraulic pressure, and a ring constructed around the Earth's equator that could be used as a high-tech transport network. When Tesla returned, His father had kept his promise, securing for him a scholarship at the Military Frontier Administration Authority that would enable him to study for 3 years at the Polytechnic School in Graz, Austria. Receiving an embroidered bag made from typical Serbian materials from his mother, which he would always prize, in 1875 Tesla left Gospic to start anew in a completely different culture and environment, in the same way that his own Serbian relatives had adapted to life on the Austro-Hungarian border decades prior. During his freshman year, Tesla proved himself to be a perfect student, never once missing a lecture and supposedly studying from 3 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day, a schedule that was thought so extreme that one professor wrote to Milutin warning him that unless his son was escorted out of the school, that he might work himself to death, while others commended him for his zeal, such as the dean of the technical faculty who informed Milutin Tesla that his son was, quote, a star of first rank. In fact, Tesla was keeping himself very busy, administering his earliest experiments with alternating current, or AC, that would later make his name. But during his sophomore year, Tesla would be sidetracked, developing a destructive gambling habit and wagering away his entire tuition fund in the process. Near destitute, Tesla had also neglected his studies, scoring extremely poorly in the examinations, and with no marks registered for his final semester, he was also unable to graduate and was forced to abandon the university in December 1878. A failure he made sure to keep secret from his family as well as his classmates, as he was riddled with guilt and embarrassment. In 1879, Tesla would live for a while in self-imposed exile, first making his way to the city of Geneva, where he became a draftsman and was paid 60 florins a month, while in his free time he continued to play cards and wager money on the streets with the locals. Yet Tesla's Slovenian sojourn would be short-lived, as a couple of months into his stay, he was seized by the authorities for not possessing a proper residency permit and returned to Gospic, escorted by armed police. Back home, Tesla's father would not get much time to set his son straight, as only a month later, on the 17th of April 1879, Milutin died, heartbroken that his son had been labelled as a vagrant and had chosen to indulge in a life of vice. Not content to see their talented nephew waste his abilities, in January 1880, two of Tesla's uncles gave him enough money to start courses at the Charles Ferdinand University in Prague, despite Tesla not meeting the language requirement, which specified that students had to be fluent in both Czech and Greek. However, communication issues aside, he also arrived too late and was unable to enroll in classes. And so, for the entire time, Tesla was only permitted to attend lectures and receive no formal grades. In 1881, Nikola Tesla landed his first job for a telecommunications firm in Budapest called the American Telephone Company, where he was drafted in as an electrical engineer by Theodore Puskas, who had previously worked alongside Thomas Edison, the inventor of the light bulb, at the Edison Laboratories in Menlo Park. Making himself a valuable employee and sharing his findings with his work colleague Anital Sugeti, Tesla continued his study of the concept of the alternate current in his spare time, proposing that a motor driven by circuits that were out of phase could maintain power levels to supply a constant stream of electricity. But in order to make the system function, Tesla realized he needed to figure out how to rotate magnetic fields. Strolling in the park with Anital Sugeti in February 1882, Tesla had a sudden stroke of genius and solved the rotating magnetic field problem, going on to explain the concept of the induction motor to his friend by drawing its basic blueprints in the sand with a stick, outlining a new type of engine that, unlike its direct current or DC counterpart, did not need a commutator, an inefficient cylindrical device segmented with metal that had to be regularly maintained. Impressed by Tesla's genius, recommended that Tesla move to Paris to work for his old acquaintance Thomas Edison at his Continental Edison Company, a firm that specialized in electrical equipment, where he was first assigned by his boss Charles Batchelor, a manager who had worked for Edison since 1870, with designing dynamos, a contraption that converted mechanical energy into electrical energy and which was used most commonly in direct current circuits. Off the clock, however, Tesla continued to advance the AC theory after he was sent to work on a project in Strasbourg, where he built the first induction motor prototype. However, Tesla was unable to garner any serious interest in alternating currents. This was unfortunate, as alternating current is recognized today as a better method of electric current delivery than direct current. Direct current, of the kind which came to dominate electricity delivery systems in the late 19th century, consistently sends electricity in one direction along an electric grid.
We're gonna put very, very little red in this, just literally the smallest little drop, because I'm trying to color match a color already on the wall, and it is much more mustardy color, and this is very much like vegan, like not like zero chemicals in it, and that's like a chemical mustard color, and this is not. And it's making me upset because I just want to match. That's all I want it to do is match.
After spending all of his wages, yet he had done enough during his stint at the company to impress his overseer, Charles Batchelor, who was convinced that Tesla had the intellectual fortitude to work alongside Thomas Edison himself.
We're literally gonna
In 1884, after being mistakenly registered as a migrant from Sweden, after the immigration officer misheard him saying Smulia, Nikola Tesla arrived in America armed with an introductory letter penned by his mentor Charles Batchelor, who stated, quote, "I know two great men. One is you, Thomas Edison, and the other is this young man." Although Tesla fundamentally disagreed with the notion of direct current, he was put to work improving the DC motors devised by Edison, who believed that the AC devices that Tesla envisioned were too dangerous and unfeasible, a diversion of opinion that would become a lifelong rivalry. Forced to develop an invention he had no belief in, Tesla became disillusioned and began outlining the weaknesses of DC and championing the advantages of AC, pointing out the inefficiency of Edison's direct current, which only dimly lit lamps, proposing instead that generators should be engineered with what he termed the polyphase principle, whereby energy would be constantly recycled. Since he believed in the cyclical nature of electricity, Tesla also insisted that a huge disadvantage of the direct current was its reliance on costly power stations installed at 2-mile intervals, since it was unable to maintain high levels of voltage over distance. In contrast, arguing that the alternating current, in which the direction of energy was changed 50 to 60 times per second, was a lot more effective, since it could flexibly sustain varying levels of high voltage power and minimize power loss over long distances. This is why today, the power delivered to consumers via power grids is AC, which sustains power over long distances using transformer substations. These reduce the AC voltage over a given distance. Once the AC power reaches its destination, such as a home, the AC power is used directly for electrical appliances such as washing machines. But for other smaller appliances, it is possible to convert AC power to DC via diodes within the appliance's power supply. These only allow the electrical current to flow in one direction, thus ensuring the appliance receives a constant stream of power. Disassociating himself from Edison and eager to spread the AC gospel, Tesla started his own company in 1885 called the Tesla Electric Light Company, with the financial backing of two rich benefactors, Robert Lane and Benjamin Vail, who were certain that the alternating current was the future. However, in a common issue that would prevent almost all of his later endeavors from succeeding, Tesla asked for too much money from his patrons, who, increasingly fearful that AC was too risky, ejected Tesla from its own company that same year, forcing him to eke out a living for the majority of 1885.
Dunkin' Refreshers. Available in strawberry dragon fruit, tropical guava, and mango pineapple. $3 meeting for Dunkin' Rewards members.
Hello?
It's still hot common days. But this is not one of them. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time from life.
Welcome to State Farm Royalty.
Hey, how long will this take? I'm kind of in a rush.
Just 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Just 10 minutes.
Oh my god.
And you can stay in your car while you
Why?
Stay in?
We're leaving top off your fluids for free.
Uh-huh.
What, you said 40?
Yep.
That's $0.
Right.
Zero dinero.
No money.
Yeah.
And we'll check your tire pressure too.
I mean, y'all are like...
Well-oiled machine.
I was gonna go there. Yeah. Take 5. Just stay in your car and 10 minutes going to
Him to eke out a living for the majority of 1885 as a repairman and even as a manual labourer, a job in which he was paid just $2 a day to dig ditches. Having learned from his mistakes, in 1886, with the aid of philanthropists Alfred S. Brown, a Western Union superintendent, and Charles F. Peck, Tesla established another company, this time called the Tesla Electric Company, based in Manhattan, New York, where he finalized the designs of the polyphase induction motor, unveiling it to the amazement of the scientific community in 1888, when he presented a landmark paper to the American Institute of Electrical Engineers entitled A New System of Alternating Current Motors and Transformers. George Westinghouse, an investor most famous for inventing the railway air brake and head of the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company, was particularly impressed, and his curiosity was piqued in a visit to Tesla's lab a few days later, where he was shown an early polyphase prototype. Convinced that Tesla's groundbreaking invention could power America, Westinghouse purchased all 40 of Tesla's trailblazing patents pertaining to the generators, motors, and transformers necessary to construct the polyphase alternating current circuit, and recruited Tesla as an advisor to serve for 12 months at the Westinghouse plant in Philadelphia, where some of the first commercially available AC devices would be produced. The release of the first AC machine in 1886 was the harbinger of a bitter conflict that erupted between Westinghouse and Edison, known as the War of the Currents, which pitted AC against DC from 1888 to 1892. During the dispute, Edison would try to use his resources to sway public opinion in his favor, and despite the evidence clearly showing that AC was safe and more effective over long distances, he issued a number of articles in the biggest publications warning of the dangers of the alternating current. Edison was unable, however, to convince his largest benefactor of the superiority of DC, and Wall Street wolf John Pierpont Morgan, who in 1892 merged Edison General Electric with the AC-focused Thomas Houston Company, removed Edison's name to create General Electric and switched entirely to alternating current instruments. With Edison sidelined, the alternating current emerged as the undisputed victor of the War of the Currents, as Westinghouse increased its annual turnover from $800,000 in 1887 to $4.2 million in 1890, while Tesla was paid around $105,000 in royalties by the end of 1891, a period that also witnessed several other personal and professional triumphs for Tesla, who officially became a U.S. citizen in July 1891, at the same time as he established 2 personal laboratories in New York, situated at South Fifth Avenue and East Houston Street. On the other hand, Tesla's dividend checks would come to an abrupt end after Westinghouse's finances were left in disarray. Their plans to expand the company by borrowing heavily, falling through in November 1890 after the collapse of the Baring Brothers brokerage firm compelled panicked creditors to call in their loans. To cover his losses, Tesla continued to focus his attention on high-frequency AC experiments, inventing a lamp that required only one wire, an oscillating transformer, and a high-frequency alternator, which he exhibited at a lecture in spring 1891 at Columbia College in New York on behalf of the American Institute of Electrical Engineers to a flabbergasted crowd who were amazed at the ways that AC could be implemented into modern lighting circuits. The Columbia lecture established him as the leading electricity researcher of his day, and in follow-up experiments, Tesla would consistently show that electricity for light and power could be transmitted over long distances. Before long, Tesla was also sketching out the fundamentals of radio technology. In an 1893 lecture at the Franklin Institute, later popularized by Century magazine, illustrating the concept of telegraphy without wires, he first underlined the importance of grounding the transmitter and receiver to astonished onlookers. The same year, Tesla's company achieved its greatest accomplishment to date after lighting up the Chicago venue hosting the world's Columbian Exposition entirely with alternating current, an honor that Tesla procured after outbidding General Electric by $1 million. By 1894, Tesla had gained the admiration of his peers and was awarded honorary doctoral degrees from Columbia and Yale universities, as well as the Elliott Preston Medal by the Franklin Institute. More good news followed after the Tesla Electric Company was contracted to build the first ever hydroelectric power plant at Niagara Falls, a childhood dream of Tesla's that became a reality in 1895 after the first schematics were unveiled. The Niagara facility was an accomplishment that represented the ultimate defeat of the direct energy school of thought, and Tesla was lavished with the highest praise and honors, including even the Order of Danila from King Nicholas of Montenegro, as his achievement was celebrated worldwide as an important step for the future of humanity. Tesla remained unperturbed after a fire in March 1895 at his laboratory destroyed much of his early research, including hundreds of models, notes, scientific tools, and photographs that had a combined value of $50,000. Despite this, in 1896, he demonstrated some of the earliest uses of the X-ray, discovered around the same time by the German scientist Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen, and astonished his contemporaries with the first ever X-ray of a man, published in the Electrical Review, printed using rudimentary X-ray tubes of his own design. Having revealed some of the most innovative functions of the X-ray, Tesla next devised the basic elements of the radio transmitter, and in 1896 built a rudimentary unit that received radio waves. He assessed his new invention at the Gerlach Hotel, located on 27th Street in Manhattan, where he was living, by sending radio waves to it from his New York laboratory on South Fifth Avenue. Tesla presented his insights at an 1898 exhibition at Madison Square Gardens, where he demonstrated a radio-controlled boat he called a tellable automaton to stunned audiences, and by 1901 he had been awarded with a patent clarifying that he had created a system for transmitting electrical energy. Between 1899 and 1900, after being commissioned by John Jacob Astor to assemble a new lighting system on a contract worth $100,000, Tesla relocated his laboratory at Colorado Springs, where, disobeying his patron's instructions completely, he decided instead to explore terrestrial stationary waves, which he regarded as his greatest discovery. At this rural outpost, located far away from the humdrum of New York City, Tesla started to piece together an enormous transmitter, powered by millions of volts of electricity, at an experimental facility built on the outskirts of the town of Nob Hill, giving inquisitive onlookers away with an ominous Dante line nailed to the front entrance which read, quote, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." It was here that Tesla first discovered that the Earth had electric potential and could be employed as a finely tuned conductor to transfer electrical energy without wires. On next noticing that when his experimental Tesla coil was powered, it emitted sparks as far as 30 feet that could be detected by antenna 10 miles away. Realizing that he could now wirelessly transmit signals using the electromagnetic frequencies of the planet, Tesla explored the practical applications, managing to light up 200 lamps fed by a power source situated 26 miles away. Exploiting the same phenomena, he was even able to produce man-made lightning as a result. Tesla noted that the discovery of stationary electromagnetic waves and how they interacted with the Earth had far-reaching implications. It was a discovery which Tesla would spend the majority of the rest of his career investigating, as he felt it had the potential to transmit electrical power across large distances without the need for wires. Indeed, he hoped that his work could one day provide the whole world with clean and free electrical power. However, as with so many of Tesla's ideas, it was funded by investors such as J.P. Morgan, who intended to market his inventions for profit and were only prepared to fund research which would garner a return on their investments. Thus, it would be the all-powerful market forces that would eventually scupper so many of Tesla's imaginings.
For some salt paper, we saw a masterpiece. The Sonic Smasher with Grillo's Pickles and Dilly Ranch, tangy and Totsky, Pepperina Smash with pickle flavor bubbles. It's called the Big Bill Meal, and it's a very hard.
Sure. Mayor, what can it be?
You're free. Hi. What ever you been doing? He's aggressive, he's dangerous, he needs to be locked up.
Go! That's why I'm running for next. Shut this bitch up. Hell yeah. You're making a mistake. Yeah.
It was during this fertile period of discovery that Tesla also made some more unorthodox assertions, claiming that he had made contact with extraterrestrial beings that had triggered a series of ominous beeps that sounded from one of his receivers. Tesla had first heard this strange combination of noise from the device in the middle of the night, and interpreted the regularity of the beeps as a sign that they were being manipulated by an intelligent entity, a theory he publicly advanced in a letter to the American Red Cross in January 1901. Although Tesla's story was discounted by many skeptics, there were still some who believed him, influenced by the notion of an intergalactic race of Martians, first popularized in 1895 through the release of a book called Mars, penned by the American astronomer Percival Lowell. Tesla's supporters pointed out that he may have established contact with aliens from the Red Planet. Nevertheless, convinced of the revolutionary potential of terrestrial stationary waves, Tesla returned to New York in January 1900, eager to secure funding for a major invention that would eclipse his scientific rivals, who were also investigating wireless systems such as Reginald Fassender, Lee De Forest, and in particular Guglielmo Giovanni Mario Marconi, an Italian inventor who became Tesla's next arch-nemesis after Edison. Eager to keep his May 1899 promise, in which he vowed to wirelessly communicate with Paris by 1900, Tesla hunted for a source of funding after patenting the magnifying transmitter he had constructed at Colorado Springs. Since the device he envisioned had to generate enormous volumes of electricity from AC equipment, Tesla first approached his old ally George Westinghouse, who declined to become involved but loaned him the necessary machinery, while the majority of the project's funding came from the coffers of Wall Street whiz J.P. Morgan, who signed a deal with Tesla after negotiations discussing the purchase of Marconi's wireless patents broke down. After convincing him that the wireless transfer of information would make the expensive underwater cables his company used to send transatlantic messages obsolete, Morgan informed Tesla he was willing to support him with a $150,000 investment on the condition that he would own a 51% stake of the inventor's patents. Between 1901 and 1905, with the backing of the biggest financial titan in the world, Nikola Tesla constructed the 187-foot-high transmission tower at Wardenclyffe Laboratory, topped with a 68-foot copper dome, which was the first wireless broadcasting system ever built, and was largely powered by a gigantic magnifying transmitter designed to channel large concentrations of electricity to any destination conceivable. Assured that by setting up receivers attached to the ground, he could pick up the electromagnetic waves emitted by the tower anywhere, Tesla was desperate to overshadow his rival Marconi, who in December 1901 at St. John's, Newfoundland, was hailed as the inventor of wireless telegraphy by the world's press, after reporting triumphantly that he had successfully received the first transatlantic signal sent by colleagues at Poldhu in Cornwall, England. With the jaded Tesla making it explicitly clear in newspaper interviews that he believed Marconi had stolen many of his ideas from the 1890s, wishing to keep his benefactor on side, he next announced that he was going to create a world telegraphy system, a cutting-edge communication array similar to the World Wide Web of the 1990s, in which individual receivers would pick up messages and news broadcasted by transmitting facilities. Tesla pictured several different types of receiver, one that anticipated the fax machine by acting as a printer and publishing daily newspapers, one that was a loudspeaker that could play voice messages, and another that was a handheld contraption attached to a vertical wire on a short pole that could decode radio waves, foreshadowing the modern cell phone. By the summer of 1902, Tesla had moved permanently to Wardenclyffe Laboratory and was focusing exclusively on amping up the power levels. On the other hand, after setting up a company with Morgan to assist the enterprise, Tesla found it hard to sell shares to the moneyed New York elite, who believed the investment was too risky, an appraisal not shared by Tesla, who sold $33,000 of his personal property and borrowed a further $10,000 to realize his dream. Faced with an additional $30,000 bill from Westinghouse for the equipment, a lawsuit from the landlord James Warden, who was taking Tesla to court for not paying property tax, as well as another bill from the phone company who had installed a special line out of the laboratory, Tesla struggled financially.
I'm back.
Tesla's promise to extend the coverage
How
of
are
his
we
system so
liking
that it could
watching
be detected as far away as
my
Australia
documentaries
failed
against
to
your
persuade
will?
Morgan, who in July 1903 let Tesla know that he was unwilling to invest any more capital, a mortal and unexpected blow to the world telegraphy system that enraged Tesla, who, in true mad scientist fashion, furiously cranked up the voltage of the magnifying transmitter at Wardenclyffe to the maximum level and hurled lightning bolts into the New York sky. From a risk perspective, Morgan's decision was quite understandable, since after 2.5 years, Tesla had failed to fulfill his pledge to provide a transatlantic system in 6 to 8 months, and a Pacific branch a year later. Yet others have postulated that Morgan abandoned Wardenclyffe because he was worried that Tesla was going to make the energy completely free for everyone, and thus deprive his firm of a lucrative paycheck, while another interpretation contests that Morgan was growing increasingly less confident in the wireless industry, which had been mired in scandal by the actions of Lancelot E. Pike. He was a conman who had stolen investor money after promising to create a wireless service between Philadelphia and New York. Moreover, Morgan felt more inclined to invest in DeForest Wireless Automobiles, a company founded by another of Tesla's rivals that was projected to make $5 million a year, and which had already secured for itself a major contract with the U.S. Navy by February 1903, supplying wireless DeForest transmitters. After this, Tesla, no longer the darling of to have no luck attracting investors as the breakdown of his Wardenclyffe project had turned academic and public opinion against him. The once celebrated genius now painted as a man who could never quite fulfill his promises. Determined to restore his credibility to investors by putting out a commercial product, Tesla devised a scheme to sell small Tesla coils to laboratories around the country via a company called the Tesla Electric and Manufacturing Company. But this ultimately went under because of a lack of investment. Downtrodden and defamed in the US, Tesla would learn that even his reputation in his homeland could not save him after Serbian bankers declined to fund him, while his old business partner, John Jacob Astor, still annoyed that Tesla had spent his 1899 loan researching terrestrial stationary waves instead of wireless lighting, politely refused to get involved. By early 1904, Tesla was hiring out his services as a consultant and had embarked on a new project that aimed to harness the power of Niagara Falls in partnership with the businessman William B. Rankin. Yet Tesla's real desire was always to restart his experiments at Wardenclyffe, a prospect that was becoming increasingly unlikely since investors were discouraged by the fact that Morgan still owned 51% of Tesla's patents, meaning that business partners would always have to consult him to reap any financial benefit from Tesla's inventions. In response, Tesla bombarded Morgan with impassioned appeals to take him back on, in a series of letters that could come in many forms, with some carefully prepared proposals promising Morgan unrealistically high profit margins, while in others, Tesla desperately scribbled emotional outbursts decrying his unfair treatment. Unable to drum up financial backing and still struggling to get the Wardenclyffe Tower functioning, Tesla was in a dark place and began spiraling into a true nervous breakdown after the untimely death of his business associate Rankin and the collapse of Canadian Niagara Power in the fall of 1905. A man who was always fascinated with human psychology, in the 1920s, Tesla shared his experience of emotional collapse with author George Sylvester Viereck, a well-publicized book on Freudian theory, explaining how, in his delirium, he was haunted by images of his deceased brother Danny, as well as their mother. Tesla would recover from his breakdown in 1906, and with a new determination to prove himself as a valuable asset, he switched his focus from electrical to mechanical engineering, delving into the science of flight in a bid to raise money so that he could continue his work at Wardenclyffe, which in 1904, due to lack of funds, he had mortgaged to George C. Bolt, the owner of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, where Tesla lived for many years. The result was the invention of a turbine that worked without blades. But Tesla's contraption was met less than enthusiastically by John James Astor, who refused to invest in the idea in 1909. Yet Tesla still remained highly confident in his design, issuing 2 patents for a pump and a turbine in October, and even starting a new company, the Tesla Propulsion Company. However, after Tesla again failed to impress at a demonstration at the Waterside Power Station in New York, and still daydreaming about restarting his research into wireless power,
These little movers with double grip strips. It moves, even bigger protection.
I wish we had some popcorn.
Such a relaxing day. Cheers.
Hey, perfect timing.
in store?
Approached the son of J.P. Morgan, Jack Morgan, in 1913 about him becoming a potential investor. More interested in his turbine designs, Jack Morgan allocated Tesla $20,000. Instead of using the money in the way it was intended, spent it all trying to persuade Sigmund Bergman, a German industrialist, to finance his project, which was discontinued after the outbreak of World War I. Over the next 10 years, as his personal wealth began to evaporate, Tesla continued to assess his turbine and to work in conjunction with manufacturers such as Pyle National in Chicago, Alice Chalmers in Milwaukee, and the Budd Company in Philadelphia. But he was unable to fix a recurring problem that ultimately spelled the project's doom. As it operated at over 10,000 RPM, the thin discs of the internal machinery would start to deform, and there were no stronger materials available. Tesla's inability to secure funding for any of his pursuits and his penchant for overspending led to the near emptying of his bank accounts, and from 1916 he was forced to file for bankruptcy. Tesla admitted that his monthly income was no more than $350 to $400, after declaring he was unable to pay $935 in taxes to the New York Treasury. Although he was still technically the president and treasurer of the Nikola Tesla company, over 90% of the company's stock was owned by friends, bankers, and creditors, and many of his patents by then had expired, leaving Tesla virtually penniless. In a bid to save himself from financial ruin, Tesla launched a lawsuit against Marconi in August 1915, accusing the Italian of illegally patenting radio technology in 1904. But the case went nowhere, and Marconi remained the official owner for the time being, with the decision later overturned by the Supreme Court in 1943, only a few months after Tesla's death. Consequently, Tesla was forced to earn a living by creating minor inventions and registering several improvements in automobile speedometers, frequency meters, and flow meters, which he licensed to Waltham Watch Company in 1918. The company used Tesla's name as a marketing ploy to sell scientifically built speedometers, as despite Tesla's changing circumstances, his name still carried a certain gravitas. Tesla's opinions and thoughts still garnered much press interest, such as in 1917, when, presaging the advent of radar technology in the 1930s, he forecast that microwave radiation could be employed to detect ships. In the midst of his financial troubles, Tesla still had his admirers, and in 1915 it was reported by the New York Times that he had jointly won the Nobel Prize for Physics, an honor he was to share with his one-time ally and now bitter enemy Thomas Edison. But when it was presented at the awards ceremony, it was instead given to William H. Bragg and his son, as Tesla refused to share the award with his nemesis, nor had he forgiven the Institute for recognizing Marconi as the pioneer of radio communication technology after they had awarded him the same accolade in 1909. 2 years later, in 1917, however, Tesla's individual efforts would be recognized when he accepted the Edison Medal from the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, the most prestigious prize in electronic engineering, where his life's work was praised in an address by the vice president of the organization, who said, "Were we to seize and eliminate from our industrial world the result of Mr. Tesla's work, the wheels of industry would cease to turn, our electric stop, our towns would be dark, and our mills would be idle and dead." His name marks an epoch in the advance of electrical science. Yet Tesla cared very little for the decoration, opting to leave the Engineers Club, where the award ceremony was taking place, shortly before he was presented with the medallion, forcing his friend and the person who had nominated him, B.A. Behrend, to embark on a frantic search that ended in Bryant Park, across from the venue, where Tesla was busy feeding pigeons. Tesla particularly loathed the fact that the award was in his rival's name. Despite being lauded for his work in electricity, Nikola Tesla remained poor throughout the 1920s. and because he made only a small income from the royalties he received from licensing his minor inventions, he became embroiled in a string of legal disputes, such as in June 1925, when he was sued by the attorney Ralph J. Hawkins for failing to pay $913 in fees. It was during this decade that Tesla started to retreat from the public eye, living hotel to hotel as an eccentric recluse and spending so much of his time feeding the pigeons in Bryant Park, behind the New York Public Library, that one end of the park, Nikola Tesla Corner, now honors his name. However, on his 75th birthday in 1931, Nikola Tesla was suddenly back in the spotlight, appearing on the front cover of Time magazine, and thanks to the efforts of a young science writer called Kenneth Swayze, he received over 70 letters of congratulation published in a testimonial volume from some of the most esteemed scientists of the day, including Albert Einstein. Interviewed by Time magazine, Tesla outlined many of his future plans and confidently disclosed how he was going to disprove Einstein's theory of relativity, how he was unconvinced that energy was released from a split atom, as well as espousing the possibility of interplanetary communications in a conversation he enjoyed so much that every year thereafter, Tesla would organize a press conference on his birthday, usually a 6-hour affair where Tesla would speak to a number of reporters and update them about his scientific and personal progress. For example, in 1932, he informed the general public about his desire to build a motor propelled by cosmic rays, and in 1936, he told journalists that he wiggled his toes hundreds of times before he went to bed, an exercise he believed would tone his body and enable him to live until he was 135 years old. The 1934 party was a particular highlight, where Tesla first revealed he was in the process of creating a particle beam weapon, claiming in the New York Times that it could send concentrated beams of particles through the free air, of such tremendous energy that they will bring down a fleet of 10,000 enemy airplanes at a distance of 250 miles from a defending nation's border, and will cause armies of millions to drop dead in their tracks. Anticipating the later doctrine of mutually assured destruction and the concept of nuclear stalemate, Tesla believed his laser beam could end war completely, since it was so devastating that every conceivable defensive measure would be useless against it. Although Tesla was susceptible to flights of fancy on occasion, the death beam was a real project, and was the subject of a Tesla study rediscovered in 1984 entitled The New Art of Projecting Concentrated Non-Dispersive Energy Through Natural Media, which laid out the fundamentals of a weapon system that discharged tungsten and mercury particles at 48 times the speed of sound to produce devastating projectiles. Despite Tesla's invention being impossible, it elicited a great deal of publicity, motivating Tesla to recruit Hungarian architect Titus de Borbula to design a new tower to evaluate the death beam. Yet the project would never get off the ground, as by 1935, Tesla was no longer working with de Borbula, who had proven himself a slippery character after attempting to borrow money from Tesla and trying to get him involved in an illegal arms deal in Paraguay. Nevertheless, Tesla, ever wily, was still able to use the furore that surrounded him to his advantage in some situations, offering up a working prototype of
I'm
the
back.
laser beam.
Got caught up with my mom because she was being weird, as most of my day goes, typically.
While warning them that the box he gave them, supposedly containing the weapon, would explode if improperly handled, resulting in terrified staff depositing it at the back end of the hotel vault. The laser beam also came to the attention of the international community, and Tesla soon found himself entering negotiations with the League of Nations, the UK government, and even the Soviet Union, who signed a contract in April 1935 stipulating that Tesla was to supply them with the information necessary to construct the weapon, although it is unknown if Soviet scientists actually carried out the research. The project, however, would start to disintegrate from January 1938, after the British concluded negotiations with Tesla, while the final nail in the coffin would occur in 1940 after he was left empty-handed following a desperate attempt to persuade the US government that the laser beam could be a viable World War II weapon. Hampering Tesla in his last-ditch attempts to liaise with international governments was his declining health, which had started to deteriorate in 1937 after he was run over by a taxi and refused to get medical treatment for injuries that he would never recover from, subsisting on a meager diet of boiled vegetables and warm milk, and making sure to keep 3 feet away from everyone to avoid catching germs. Tesla's personal health choices led to no improvements, and by 1942 he was spending the majority of his days confined to his bed, where his grip on reality started to loosen. When in July, for example, Tesla tried to send money to Mark Twain, who had died in 1913, opting to see only a select few visitors, including the exiled Prince of Yugoslavia, Peter II, and a young scientist called Blois Fitzgerald, the creator of an anti-tank gun, who would come to discuss inventions. Tesla isolated himself from the world as he deteriorated. Nikola Tesla died of a heart attack in his sleep on the 7th of January 1943 at his executive suite in room 3327 of the Hotel New Yorker, where he had been living for the previous 10 years. Inundated with letters of condolence from major scientific and political figures all over the world, such as Eleanor Roosevelt, the wife of the US President, the Vice President Henry Wallace, and a host of Nobel laureates, Tesla's funeral took place at St. John the Divine Cathedral in New York City on the 12th of January, where it was attended by over 2,000 people and presided over by members of the Serbian Orthodox Church. Afterwards, Nikola Tesla, who by the end of his life boasted over 700 patents to his name, was cremated and his ashes were placed inside a golden sphere, which is still exhibited at the Tesla Museum in Belgrade.
Double dare dare to try Sonic's ubiquitous slush.
Get me this clean, moisturizing mifa. Coat Prime from Rudolf Hess.
What do you want to do?
Amazing. Overcompensating.
Hey, frisbee!
Or we were liars. With everything that we need right here. Your entertainment escape. It's on Prime.
Feeling a little flat? Wanda Toyota Prosper is here to inflate your ride. We offer professional tire installation, manufacturer warranties, and a price match guarantee on brands like Michelin, Goodyear, and Yokohama. Treat your Toyota to a new set of tires today.
Following his death, the US government were curious as to whether among Tesla's surviving notes there could be information to help them in the war effort. And so they investigated his documents but found nothing of profound importance. And by 1951, they had been repatriated to the Tesla Museum in Belgrade and were accompanied a few years later, in 1957, by Tesla's ashes. For decades after, though, the mystery surrounding the laser beam gun persisted, as the US government consistently denied they had in their possession one of Tesla's microfilms, which, according to official records, had been intensively reviewed for over a month, sometime after his death. The truth of these claims, however, remains unproven. Born to Serbian parents on the Austro-Hungarian borderlands, Nikola spent his early childhood in pastoral paradise, playing for hours in the farmyard and the churchyard with his siblings and his cat, Maciek, who first set in motion Tesla's lifelong obsession after showing him the strange ways that electric phenomena interacted with the material world. As a youngster, Tesla was besieged by a catalogue of perplexing illnesses, including an oversensitivity to mental images which made the products of his imagination seem real, as well as a fixation with quantifying everything he saw and experienced. Tesla
diving into Patrick, Squidward, and Mr. Krabs. Who they are, what they've been through, and why it all matters. So buckle up, and let's get started. Starting with Patrick.
Patrick Star might seem like just a lazy starfish with no worries, but there's more to him than meets the eye. Beneath his goofy grin and endless naps, Patrick's shaped by his simple dreams and the unspoken need to fit in. He might not always get things right, but his loyalty to his friends and his carefree attitude tell a different story. To really understand Patrick, we have to look at what drives him and how his laid-back life hides a deeper, surprisingly honest side. So, grab a jellyfish net and let's take a look at the world of Patrick Star. Patrick's life is about as laid back as it gets. He lives under a rock. Literally. He has no job, school, or any responsibilities. His entire routine can be summed up in a few words. Sleep, eat, and follow Spongebob. That's it. And to him, that's enough. He doesn't wake up with a plan. He doesn't have goals. His version of a busy day is deciding between eating a donut or sitting down with a jellyfish net. He's not trying to become anyone. He already is. And that's what makes Patrick kind of interesting, because he doesn't change. His whole world is built around the idea that you don't have to move forward to be fine. In the paper, Patrick doesn't take center stage, but the moment he appears, he says a lot without doing much. SpongeBob gets a gum wrapper and turns it into a whole world of fun. He flies with it, plays music with it, even makes origami birds with his mouth. Squidward, of course, hates that, but Patrick, he watches, he laughs, and when he finally gets the paper, he just uses it to spit out his gum. That's it. To Patrick, the paper has no magic. It's not special. He doesn't see the imagination, the joy, or any of that deeper stuff. That's not how his brain works. If something's fun in the moment, great. If not, it's awesome. He doesn't hold on to things or overthink them. He just is there, floating through whatever's happening, and that's his comfort zone. He doesn't need to create anything. He's happy reacting, playing along when it feels right, or just zoning out when it doesn't. Then you've got Patrick the Game, which shows what happens when Patrick actually tries to do something creative. He makes his own board game, and surprise, it's completely insane. The rules change constantly, the board makes no sense. Squidward ends up getting arrested, but Patrick's not doing any of this out of cruelty. In his mind, this is just how games work. He's mixing stuff together and making it up as he goes, because that's how his brain handles complexity, by turning it into chaos that feels fun. He's not trying to win. He's not even trying to make a real game. He just wants to feel in control for once. For a guy who usually floats behind others, this is him calling the shots. But even when he's in charge, he doesn't lead with thought or care. He leads with impulse. Whatever seems fun in that second, that's the rule. That's the next move. It's why the game ends with him yelling, "Game over!" and Squidward getting taken away by the cops. Because to Patrick, that feels like a good ending. And if it feels right, that's all that matters. Now take Help Not Wanted, which gives us a rare look at Patrick's relationship with his dad. Cecil drops into his life, literally from the sky, and Patrick instantly treats him like a hero. They hang out, play board games, cook chili. Patrick's whole world gets brighter just because someone he loves is around. He doesn't care that his dad annoys the camp counselors or kind of takes over everything. All Patrick sees is someone fun who makes him feel good. But again, he doesn't think long term. When Cecil leaves at the end, Patrick doesn't fight him. He doesn't cry or get mad. He just waves goodbye and goes back to whatever's next. That's how he handles everything. People come, people go. He keeps floating along. That's the core of Patrick's world. He doesn't search for meaning because he assumes life already makes sense. He doesn't try to grow because he doesn't think he needs to. He's not dumb. He's just tuned into a totally different frequency than everyone else. He sees the world through the lens of how it feels right now, not how it might feel later. But that kind of mindset can cause problems. When Patrick does get power, like in the fishbowl, it goes bad. He becomes selfish without realizing. He treats SpongeBob like a servant because he doesn't see the line he's crossing. When no one's around to guide him, he doesn't know where the boundaries are. He doesn't think about how other people feel because deep down, he doesn't realize their feelings might be different from his. And when things go wrong, he moves on without really understanding why. Still, there's something kind of pure about him. He doesn't carry bitterness. He's not jealous, even when he probably should be. He doesn't compare himself to others. He's just happy with what he has, even if that's just a rock in a sandwich. He trusts easily. He forgives quickly. He sees life as something you float through, not something you have to win. And maybe that's why it hits harder when something does affect him. When a friend is in trouble or a real choice shows up, he snaps into focus. Even if it's just for a second, there's something underneath all that laziness and confusion. Wrong, unfiltered feeling that surprises even him when it comes out. So yeah, right now, Patrick's just living in his little bubble, with no idea what's waiting beyond the next snap. But one day, something will crack through. And when it does, it'll mean more, because he never saw it coming. Patrick's life
he never changes. But that illusion starts to crack the moment something from the outside gives him a reason to move. Patrick isn't the type to chase anything. He doesn't make plans or ask good questions. He lives under a rock, takes naps whenever he wants, and lets the world happen around him. He's not stuck. He just doesn't see a reason to move. His life runs on jellyfish stings and snack bricks. It's quiet, lazy, and fully closed off to change. But even someone like Patrick can be pulled into something strange. In Valentine's Day, that something strange is not getting what he was promised. Spongebob shows up with big talk about the best gift ever. Gets Patrick excited, then takes him to a carnival where nothing happens. Patrick's waiting for this amazing surprise, but all he gets is a handshake. Patrick has never doubted SpongeBob before. When his friend promises something special, it always works out. But now there's this empty space where his gift should be. And Patrick doesn't get it. He spent all day thinking something great was coming, and it just disappeared. Things get worse when Patrick sees everyone else getting real presents from SpongeBob. Chocolates, roses, even a bite for some random fish. Meanwhile, Patrick, his best friend, got a handshake. That's when something changes. Patrick stops going along with things and starts getting mad. By the time Patrick is throwing people around and chasing SpongeBob across the carnival, he's acting completely different. He's not just sitting around anymore. He's going after something. Even if it's just wanting to feel important, he's not waiting for good things to happen. He's making something happen himself. The chocolate balloon was real the whole time. Just late, but Patrick's anger about not getting it made him do things he'd never done before. Sometimes you don't need to find adventure. Sometimes it finds you when someone breaks a promise, and you decide you're not okay with that. It's the same kind of moment in The Googly Artist. Patrick's not trying to be an artist. He's not even trying to be creative. He just sticks googly eyes all over a rock because SpongeBob told him it looked fun. And somehow an art critic sees it and calls it genius. That one compliment changes everything. Patrick goes from being useless and confused to being the center of attention. He makes more art. He starts selling. He gives advice. He becomes a name. Just because someone told him he had value. He doesn't understand the attention, but he accepts it. He starts showing up, putting in effort, leading conversations. And again, that's the important part. He moves. He steps out of his stillness and acts like someone who believes he matters until the moment passes. Eventually, the excitement fades. The trend dies down. The art world moves on. And Patrick, he shrugs and lets it go because he doesn't know how to hold on to it. The thing that gave him the path disappears, and without it, doesn't know where to go. Both episodes follow the same pattern. Something strange interrupts Patrick's quiet life. Something small, silly, but it gives him direction. For a while, he follows it, believes
Oh,
it,
that's
builds
so
it,
damn
and
close.
then it's
Ooh!
gone, and Patrick
Yay.
goes back to
Okay.
sleep.
Yes,
That can make it
see
seem
it.
like nothing mattered, but
It's
it
just
is
close enough
before
that it's
the
not
force
gonna be
push
like
of
the
the art
most
critic.
insanely
Patrick wasn't
noticeable
even
thing
trying.
in the
He
entire
just
world.
existed
Oh my god,
after he
thank
knew
you.
he was doing something. He
Those
wasn't
are not
thinking deeply or changing who he was, but he wasn't stuck. For a moment, he thought there might be something more, and that's what makes these episodes important. They don't show Patrick becoming someone
Hello.
new. They show him almost becoming someone. They show
What are you doing up here?
through his stillness. Outside validation,
What's up?
belief handed to him from someone else. That's the only thing strong enough to get
Did
him
you
through.
hear me
And
get
that's why it's so
excited and
tragic.
you're like,
If
what's she
Patrick doesn't
doing?
understand why he's doing something,
Thank
or if
you,
the system
Whitney,
around him
for
breaks,
being
he collapses
excited
with it.
because
He
I'm
borrows meaning from
excited.
others, but he doesn't know how to create it for himself. Even if those moments don't last, they leave a mark. Once you felt like you're part of something, even something fake,
Yeah?
it's hard to go back to feeling invisible. Even Patrick, with his short memory and soft brain, might remember the feeling of being chosen, being followed, and maybe, deep down, he'll want to feel it again because it felt like something made sense. Just for a second, that's the kind of moment that doesn't need to be loud. It just needs to land hard enough to be remembered, even by a starfish. Patrick moves when others give him meaning, but the moment he's asked to
What's
hold
up?
that meaning on his own, he shuts down and
That
slips
is
back
so
into the city
cute.
on trial. But before I tell you about that, make sure to subscribe.
That's so
Patrick doesn't
cute.
always know when
Oh
he's
my
being
god,
invited
that
to
is so
something big.
cute.
He doesn't process change like other people. Sometimes something exciting happens, something that could
You
actually move his
too.
life forward, but
Fun.
instead of grabbing it, he
Yeah.
backs off. Not with fear exactly, more like confusion or comfort, or just
Oh
not
my
knowing
god,
what to
she's
do.
putting her
And
ass on
after
my
the super,
pillow.
Patrick gets a letter.
Whitney.
His parents are coming for Starfish Day, and he's panicking. They already think he's dumb, and he dreads the baby talking condescending pats on the neck. He can't stand it, but he can't face it either. SpongeBob offers to help by pretending to be even dumber than Patrick. It's a sweet, logical plan. Make Patrick look smart by comparison. Patrick agrees
Damn
instantly.
it.
But
I
deep
wish
down, there's something he doesn't want to admit. If this works, his parents might start expecting more from him. They might see him as
So
someone who can
cute.
change, someone who can grow, and that's
It's so
terrifying.
cute.
Because
Oh
for
my
Patrick,
I
insane,
just can't.
predictable, too simple
I
to
just
have
can't
to
do it. Oh my
The
god.
plan works too well. His fake parents start praising him. They're amazed at how he keeps SpongeBob in check. They think he's bright, capable, even responsible. And Patrick gets hooked over the thrill of feeling smarter than SpongeBob, of having power over someone else. It's a feeling he's never had before. When SpongeBob tries to break character and remind Patrick it's all pretend, Patrick won't hear it. He's not interested in stopping. It's easier to keep SpongeBob down than face what it would really mean to stand up for himself. Because that would mean admitting he wants to be better. Admitting he could be better. And that's the part Patrick can't do. He'd rather stay stuck in a lie than risk failing at something true. SpongeBob finally snaps and crashes through the wall. Done with the whole act. And Patrick is left alone with strangers who turn out not to be his real parents at all. The lie collapses around him, and he's forced to face the truth. In the end, his real parents show up. They love him just as he is, pants and all. They don't expect him to be a genius. They don't want him to be someone else. And Patrick is relieved. He gets the acceptance he wanted without having to change a thing. The universe gives him a pass, and he doesn't have to grow. But even in that relief, Patrick can't quite escape the truth. Sooner or later, he'll still have to face problems that can't be solved by someone else playing dumb. Now contrast that with Big Big Loser. This is the closest Patrick has ever gotten to becoming something more. He is given a chance. Handed it, literally. The episode starts with SpongeBob winning an award for Employee of the Month. Again, Patrick has never won anything. He's never tried to, but suddenly he wants to. He wants what SpongeBob has.
Thank
without
you.
knowing what it costs. So SpongeBob offers to help. He gives Patrick a uniform, teaches him how to take orders, how to clean tables, how to be consistent. It's the first time anyone was trying to guide Patrick towards actual responsibility. And for a few seconds, it almost works. But the moment Patrick has to think, he breaks. He can't remember things. He can't follow instructions. His mind gets overwhelmed. He gets overwhelmed. So, what does he do? He copies SpongeBob completely. Voice, mannerisms, SquarePants, everything. Because Patrick doesn't know how to improve as himself. The only version of success he understands is mimicry. If SpongeBob wins awards, then maybe if Patrick becomes SpongeBob, he'll win too. And it works. Briefly. Customers cheer. Mr. Kraft approves. Patrick gets attention, but it's not really his. It's borrowed. And deep down, he knows it. The real Patrick is still afraid. Afraid that if he does things his way, he'll fail. So he erases himself and hopes no one notices. But SpongeBob does. Eventually, SpongeBob gets frustrated because Patrick won't beat Patrick. And when Patrick realizes that, even after copying perfectly, he still doesn't win the award, he gives up. He throws his uniform away because the version of success being asked to
She's
fulfill
holding
is
the
impossible.
window.
Because he knows he'll never be like SpongeBob. So he returns to the rock, to his nothing. Because if he stays small, he never has to watch himself think. That's the pattern. When Patrick is handed something big, a skill, a chance, a purpose, he hesitates. If it involves being seen, being judged, or being different, he slips away. He disappears into jokes, noise, or silence. Anything but pressure. People think Patrick is lazy, but really, he's fragile. Deep down, he knows he doesn't know how to carry things. So instead of risking it, he just stays still. Even when the world calls him out. Even when someone says, try. He doesn't say no, he just looks away. That's a choice. And it's one he keeps making. Every time he refuses, he inches closer to the moment when refusing won't be an option anymore. When the world won't wait for him to be ready. And maybe, just maybe, he'll have to decide who Patrick really is. Without the whistle and without the SquarePants. Patrick rejects change because no one ever showed him how to carry it, which is exactly where SpongeBob steps in. Patrick doesn't usually ask for help. He doesn't seek advice. Doesn't chase role models. He lives under a rock and mostly likes it that way. But when something new drags him out of that comfort, something strange, exciting, or just different, there's usually one person standing right next to him, ready to push him forward. SpongeBob. SpongeBob isn't a perfect mentor. He's overly optimistic, too fast, too eager, but he believes in Patrick because SpongeBob sees potential in everyone, even when no one else does. And that includes Patrick, especially when Patrick has no idea what he's doing. In Big Baby Patrick, Patrick wants to hold on to his childhood. His parents are throwing out his old toys. To stop him, he becomes a baby again, not just in behavior. He puts on a diaper, sucks on a pacifier, crawls across the floor. What starts as an act becomes real. Everyone plays along. No one challenges him. Except SpongeBob. SpongeBob just wants to go jellyfishing. He walks into Patrick's house like it's any other day, until Bunny Star tells him that Patrick's busy being a baby today. SpongeBob pauses. He could leave. Instead, he offers to help. He volunteers to babysit. At first, it's a joke, but when Patrick spits food at him, throws tantrums, and demands constant attention, SpongeBob doesn't quit. He tries harder. He takes Patrick to Goofy Goofers. Babies aren't allowed ice gets a second Sunday. But then SpongeBob turns into a baby too, emotionally, literally. He joins Patrick, cries, babbles, flails. He becomes what Patrick is, because trying to be the adult didn't work. That's not mentorship in the traditional sense, but it's something deeper. SpongeBob is showing up for Patrick even when it makes him worse. He's not trying to control him anymore. He's trying to be near him, close enough that maybe, eventually, Patrick will come back, and that's what happens. Patrick sees what SpongeBob becomes, the absurdity of it, the collapse. And while he doesn't say a word about it, you can feel it change. Sometimes the lesson is about realizing who you drag down with you and deciding not to keep going. Then, in Patrick's smart pants, Patrick shows up with his jellyfishing net, and SpongeBob and Patrick go jellyfishing as usual. They're laughing, playing, and chasing jellyfish through jellyfish fields. Everything feels familiar and fun, but then Patrick gets too caught up in the excitement. He runs straight off a cliff. He falls headfirst into the ocean below and lands on a strange, brain-shaped coral. SpongeBob rushes down to help. In a panic, he finds Patrick's body, and without thinking, he grabs the closest thing that looks like a head, the brain core, and sticks it back onto Patrick's body. It works. Patrick wakes up, but something's different. His voice changes. His posture shifts. He starts using big words. He's calm, polite, almost robotic. He's smart. Not just smart, brilliant. And that's the turning point. In a single moment, Patrick goes from bumbling and carefree to articulate and precise. At first, SpongeBob's excited. His best friend was talking about books, using long words, and acting like a philosopher. Patrick starts saying things like, "My mind is a buzz with books," and "I've learned what conversation is stimulating." He joins Squidward's book club. He impresses Sandy with scientific insight, but something's different too. He's not playing games anymore, not laughing.
Bye bye, everyone. I love you all.